democracy around the world. It's helped people organize, protest, and fight for democratic reforms. But increasingly, authoritarian regimes are using the internet to undermine democracy by monitoring citizens, silencing critics, or just simply cutting the cord altogether. In fact, according to one study, the number of internet shutdowns has doubled since 2016. And more than 70% of internet users now live in countries where people were arrested for posting political, social, or religious content.
He knows they're government workers the moment they enter his store.
They walk in, you can see that they're not sure if they should be there or not.
Michael Mack, owner of Mack's Pawn in Las Vegas, says he's seeing a surge in customers who are hitting hard times after being furloughed in the federal shutdown.
It's a very hard thing for government workers and all people who are looking to get a pawn loan because it's embarrassing in a sense.
The stories he's hearing are heartbreaking.
On Christmas Eve, we had a government worker come in, a lady, and she was bringing in her mother's wedding ring. She was going to pay for her Christmas dinner and one last gift that she needed to buy that night.
Mack says he's also seen Christmas presents being pawned.
It's an amazing item. This is the new iPad Pro, purchased, of course, before Christmas for a Christmas gift, but pawned for needs after the first year.
Winning singer Chris Brown has been detained by police in Paris for questioning in an alleged case of rape. Details are still emerging this morning, but it's not the first time that Brown has faced high-profile legal issues. This morning, Chris Brown is in custody. A judicial source close to the investigation confirming to NBC News the R&B singer accused of aggravated rape and drug offenses in Paris. Police said to have detained the singer overnight amid claims Brown raped a woman in a hotel last week. The 24-year-old woman telling police she met Brown and his friends at a club before all heading to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. One of Brown's bodyguards is also detained. The 29-year-old R&B star has faced legal trouble in the past. Brown infamously pleaded guilty to the felony assault in 2009 of his then-girlfriend, Rihanna.
Luther King Day, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries made controversial comments about President Trump.
We have a hater in the White House. The birther-in-chief of the Grand Wizard of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. One of the things that we've learned is that while Jim Crow may be dead, he still got some nieces and nephews that are alive and well.
Joining us now is the House Democratic Caucus Chair, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries of New York, to talk about this and so much more. Congressman, thank you very much for being here this morning. Do you regret going that far in your comments on Monday?
Who allows the children to treat others that way? Who teaches our children that? Somebody has to stand. What do you think that means? But I didn't want it. I was scared. I said fear. But no buts. We have to stay strong.
Let me show y'all something. Go on YouTube, right? And y'all can look it up for yourself. Check this out. I'm gonna give y'all something. Check this out. Go on YouTube and look up Donald Trump kissing drag. You're gonna see your president kiss Rudy Giuliani dressed in a drag on the lips.
You feel in this experience that you owe anybody an apology? Do you see your own fault in any way?
As far as standing there, I had every right to do so. My position is that I was not disrespectful to Mr. Phillips. I respect him.
Welcome to the most hated show in the black corner of the internet. That's right, y'all. Black Minds TV, Black Minds Show, and I'm your host, Mr. Blows Your Mind. Once again, welcome to a live, thought-provoking newscast. That's right. Took a day off yesterday. due to the simple fact of everything that had been done. But before I get into all that, first and foremost, I want to say for those who should be in the house doing this broadcast, what's good, subscribers, passerbyers? You know, it's always a grand opening when you come over here. You know, you go down the aisles like you're shopping, see something you like, hit that like button, hit that dislike button, hit that comment, or, you know, unsubscribe if that's what you need to do. And agents, well, you're in the house, that's what they pay you to do. That's how they make your check. Hopefully you're getting your money, right? Everybody else seem not to be getting their money, but I guess you on the good side of the thing, right? So first and foremost, let me get this out of the way. So first, hello and welcome to the Black Minds News. I'm your host, Mr. Blows Your Mind. And this channel is to report, transmit, communicate, articulate, relate, decode, unveil, spread the news, whether it's by news, video, websites, or quotes from publication. As I articulate these information, I ask that the creator of the universe be here, heart, mind, soul, and spirit. Because you know why? The creator don't need no partner. And as a descendant of the slaves of this nation, what they call the greatest country on the planet, they call it the United States. And on this channel over here, we give honor to our ancestors. And you know what my motto is? I'm not going to tell you what I heard. I'm going to tell you what I know. Now, well, you know, it's been a lot happening. Again, as I talk about the black corner of the internet, and those who are familiar with what took place over the last couple of days, some people might have took it a downplay and thought that, well, you know, that was just an incident and maybe it wasn't as bad as it seemed. Or, again, I really didn't understand what I seen. And, you know, maybe you took sides or maybe you're still kind of puzzled as to what took place. Well, you know, Black Minds News, what we try to do is we try to bring the information and bring all the pieces that give you, so you're a little bit more informative than the average channel. As again, I'm not in competition with no other brothers or sisters. We all have our part to play in this. And again, as we see that things are out here and to make shade, not just on our name. Again, it's kind of like I said, we have to put some respect on our name, right? We got to get people to get some respect on our name, because it seems like people can just do what they want to do, say what they want to say, and that it's all fair game as long as they clear their name, right? And again, everybody has their perspective, again, like an opinion, right? You're entitled to that, because again, that might be your perspective, but again, well, I guess you could kind of say the all-seeing eye, right, sees it all. And so is actually a replica of the all-seeing eye, which today we call cameras or videos. And then it's for us to sit there and try to see what people try to interpret and wonder who is really telling the truth, right? Again, sometimes we understand it, and you know, sometimes you're in situations, and again, depending on the kind of individual you are, maybe you're in a situation that you say, well, you know what? I can't take the fall for that. So maybe I have to embellish the truth a little bit. Maybe I have to taint it just a little bit. Again, because there's too much on the line. Maybe if I'm a particular people and my history has shown my indiscretions, right? Over historical aspect, and again, you keep piling on. It's kind of like a magnet. It's just attracting everything, and after a while, the magnet at its normal capacity has its own weight. But a magnet will keep attracting everything that would pull within its magnetic force, and the weights and things will, now the weight of the magnet gets heavier. And so some people are trying to shave off, right? So try to brush off, because again, it's the burden of the history that makes a lot of people uncomfortable. Because again, what did we see that transpired? A lot has been said. People have spoken, right? Elders have spoken. Another people have been ostracized. Another people have felt like they've been vindicated. But again, it's for those to interpret, right? Now, everybody may have their agenda why they try to clear their names or why they try to push it on other people. So again, all I'm going to do is try to bring forth today on this particular show to bring out what some people may not have put in its concurrent so that you can see it. Now, first, before we get into all that, let me see what I'm going to start off with here. Well, you know, we're going into this long, drawn-out battle of, I guess you could say that, you know, the government shutdown, right? And there's a lot of people who have their issues about it, right? And it's, again, depending on what side of the coin you on, again, it's having this effect pretty much nationwide. It's actually creeping up in every facet of, you know, business, livelihood, right? You know, the economic, everything is having this effect due to the simple fact that people have their agendas of why they're doing what they're doing. And again, a bargaining chip is a bargaining chip, and some, you know, depending on how some people play the game, it doesn't matter unless they're getting what they want, right? And so that's what we're seeing out here, right? We're seeing that in the political aspect of things, people are being held hostage because, again, it's about whatever agenda somebody is laying forth. Again, setting the trap, right? Putting the cheese on the trap. And whether it's beneficial for one or the other, or maybe it's not your agenda, again, then you have to play, you know, a poker face, right? But at the expense of whom? Who are the people at the expense of what's taking place and transpiring here? Seems like to be the people who are not part of that game. So again, as this keeps, you know, going on, again, a lot of people are being affected, and hopefully that you or yourself are not being, you know, affected. But again, it's a trickling on all of us. No one's really getting by it. And maybe that might be the agenda, or it could be just a, you know, diversion tactic, right? You know, sometimes you got to look at this. Maybe it's a diversion. Maybe because, again, there's a lot of things, again, because I remember there was supposed to be some kind of hearing, right? But I guess you can't have a hearing if there ain't no, the doors ain't open, right? So, you know, you never know what it's all about. So, what I'm going to do here first is start the show off with this, let me do this here. Let me see. First, let me get it set up. You know how I go. I got to make sure everything is working. Because if not, it won't work, right? Because, again, I am the most hated show in the black corner of the internet, right? And so it would only be right if they didn't let me get it off the way I need to get it off. So what I'm going to do here, I'm in the background doing what I'm doing, trying to get it set up for you. And so let me go ahead and start this off because, again, like I said, you know, people are being affected by this. And so let's go ahead and play this right quick, and let's see if we can get it off right. Let's see how the show going to start. Can we get to go right? Let's see. Hold on one second, y'all. And let's see, because, again, you don't want to do that, right? Okay, so you want to play that way. So, all right, let's do it this way, and let's get it. 1, 2, 3, let's get it. Is it going to do it? Maybe not, huh? Let's try that.
President Trump and Democratic leaders remain miles apart on a deal that would reopen the government. Now the president and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi are in a new dispute. The president pulled Speaker Pelosi's military plane for her trip to Brussels, Egypt, and Afghanistan until the shutdown is over. That move followed the Speaker's call to postpone the president's State of the Union address. The standoff is pushing the shutdown into its 27th day. There's also been an unexpected problem created by the shutdown. The government's early release of next month's food stamps is putting a strain on some area grocers. Stores are now trying to keep up with the demand of shoppers. News 4's Ashley Lincoln is live in South City detailing how stores are keeping up with this surge.
Steve, we went to stores around the metro today to find shelves being cleared, but management here at Field Foods told us that's not the case for them right now, but they are preparing, and as early release of benefits is spurring people to spend them right away.
Running low on everything. I've been to 3 Snooks, and I mean, it's like shelves is just empty.
It's a mad dash to stock up.
It's getting low.
As those who receive government assistance try to make their benefits stretch through February and possibly beyond.
I just take it day by day.
Jeffrey Henderson has received food stamps for 6 years and says when he heard about the shutdown, he became concerned.
I didn't really think it was going to last this long.
The government released its remaining $4.8 billion in SNAP benefits as a precaution, just in case the shutdown does carry into February. SNAP benefits are usually dispersed throughout the month, but with the government's mass release, now there's concern people won't budget and instead make mass purchases. These empty shelves at a Schnucks show that warning may be too late.
It's kind of hard.
It hasn't really had an impact yet because the funds are still there.
Director of Operation at Field Foods tells me many groceries are building their inventory to handle the waves of SNAP and WIC recipients.
When the funds dry up, if they dry up, but if they do, then we'll be prepared for that by backing up our inventory to a point that we'll still be in stock with products.
The Food Marketing Institute sees this as putting a strain on the entire grocery industry for everyone.
Our challenge is to make sure that we have alternative products that are affordable for customers.
You holding us hostage, really. That's just all you doing, just hurting us.
Right now, the government has not announced if and when benefits for March will be released. They are now urging people to spend your money wisely and stock up on non-perishable goods. Reporting live in South City, Ashley Lincoln, News 4.
News 4 spoke to another food stamp recipient today. She says she takes issue with the idea that income tax refunds won't be affected, but food stamps will.
So you're giving people, however many hundreds of dollars and, what they, for their income tax, but you're going to tell other people that they can't eat. And a lot of people on food stamps don't work, and they're on a limited income. And as you said, their bills aren't going to go away. They're still going to owe rent and so forth.
Tina LaRue says she gets food stamps because she's on disability and was born with a lung condition. She's one of 700,000 people in Missouri who use food stamps.
All right, so we start off the show again about the shutdown and the effects that it is having. Again, for those who, I remember I actually did the news about the fact about that was going to get the double up in January. Remember that? To those who, who are avid watchers of the show. And put that information because, again, a lot of people might have been under the assumption that they had got too much. And you know what, sometimes if you get a bank, like playing Monopoly, right? You get the bank in your favor era, and you know what I'm saying? And then you see that extra in there. So what you do is you try to go ahead and spend it because, again, before they come and recoup it. So some people didn't get the notifications about it. So, again, a lot of people went out there and they were shopping again if you was in the neighborhoods and you seen a lot of people were buying a lot of stuff, a lot of bottled waters and, stocking up on a lot of stuff. And so the stores, based on the demand, because again, they were already delayed, right? So a lot of people were getting their money in the later part of the month, and then they got the double. So what they did was they were just buying, not understanding that, you got your February money. And so now we're only at January 24th, right? So again, hopefully most people were out there who, kind of budget what they had and didn't just go ahead and blow without thinking that, having no knowledge. Again, it's kind of, in this day and age, you would assume that most people have some kind of form of technology, right? You have, either a cell phone or have a laptop, or you have some kind of, devices in your house where you can have accessibility to shows like Mr. Blows Your Mind, the Black Minds News, right? And so with that being said, then what you would do is then maybe you heard that information and you knew that otherwise there's a lot of people who might have, been loosely with their money, right? And now that it's going to be another month, and even though it will be a short month, but again, it still is no foresight as to when they're going to stop this whole, shutdown. So there's no money even talking about for March. And so the demand is making stores, again, running dry. But they're saying they also have an alternative. Now, I'm not understanding what they mean by alternative, right? What do you mean? Is this other stuff? Like, again, the way I'm looking at it is maybe a lot of these stores are going to get a lot of some of this old stuff that they couldn't get off anyway, and then start throwing all that stuff out there as sales, and then you buying it again, you know what I'm saying? Because, again, the scarcity of depending on the area that you come from, and again, if you come from where I come from as a DOS, right? In the little store that we have in, you know, it's not quite like other people having the abundance, right? And so you may get a lot of old and stale and stuff, but again, you may not have the choice to choose, depending, right? And so again, what we're saying, this whole shutdown is having its effects more ways than one, whether you are directly affected by it or being a, you know, a bystander by circumstance, you may still get caught with it, right? So again, things have been said that, you know, laying down proposals, but again, whether they're going to budge or not is another thing. And again, you know, they both trying to make each other seem accountable for the party so they didn't have effects for those who are trying to, you know, win in the political thing, right? So, yeah, there was a little information for on that. So my next one would be about, well, you know, again, the major people that who they're talking about primarily are not the average people like you and I, right? They're not talking about us. They're talking about most primarily, you know, federal workers and things of that, right? And so a lot of them are now going on the second paycheck of not getting paid. Imagine that. It's almost like, you know, after you get fired, you know what I'm saying? If you ever been in that situation where you've been fired, got that last check, still trying to maintain to get to the, whether you can get that next paycheck or the hustle, whatever it is. And then, you know what I'm saying? But this is 2 checks now. This is after you done got the last 2 and you still, you know, might be you done putting out applications trying to get, you know, a job or interviews or trying, you know, you're out there patting and turning the corners, you know, doing what you're trying to do to get some bread back into the basket, right? And so there's that period of time where you start looking at it and say, oh, you know what I'm saying, this ain't going to make it. You know what I'm saying? So I need to do what I got to do, but I don't see no end at the end. I don't see no light at the end of this tunnel. And so what happens is you start looking at for other ways and means to try to come up with some cash. And normally what happens is, again, when you was on your square, when everything was working, what you know what you're going to do. That's what the purpose of really when you're purchasing things like this is what it's for in these hard times. And hopefully you may have some or you haven't already squandered and not thought about that. But here is a story here, and it's affecting people like that because, again, they know. You know what I'm saying? Got to survive, right? And so a lot of them, you know, according to this story here, but again, you from where I'm from, there ain't nothing new. This is what we do, right? So let me show you this and be right back. Hope everything is working right. Let's see if it's going to work right. All right, look like it's good. That's good.
He says he knows they're government workers the moment they enter his store.
They walk in, you can see that they're not sure if they should be there or not.
Michael Mack, owner of Mack's Pawn in Las Vegas, says he's seeing a surge in customers who are hitting hard times after being furloughed in the federal shutdown.
It's a very hard thing for government workers and all people who are looking to get a pawn loan because it's embarrassing in a sense.
The stories he's hearing are heartbreaking.
On Christmas Eve, we had a government worker come in, a lady, and she was bringing in her mother's wedding ring. She was going to pay for her Christmas dinner and one last gift that she needed to buy that night.
Mac says he's also seeing Christmas presents being pawned.
It's an amazing item. This is the new iPad Pro. Purchased, of course, before Christmas for a Christmas gift, but pawned for needs after the first of the year. Pair of Louis Vuitton boots. These are like $1,500 boots. The person got a $500 loan on them, and I'm sure they'll be back.
Mac is offering government workers interest-free loans during the duration of the shutdown crisis.
It's a way to give back.
So, okay. So you have an option, right? Pawning your valuables, right? It is. You already on hard luck, and now you got to go into things that would be having, you know, sentimental values, things that you bought that, again, like I said, when you was on your square, when life was good and, You know, you didn't have no worries. But again, a lot of times when you buy jewelry and jewelry and, you know, things of some value of it, again, you get in hard, you know, get a rock in a hard place. And then, you know, you got places like this, pawn shops, right? I mean, think about a pawn shop, right? Like that. This motherfucker got unlimited amounts of cash. He can give you an interest-free loan. I mean, kind of like the curse exchange, right? You know what I'm saying? Somebody who privately owns it got so much cash, right? Accessible cash that they could cash your check and charge you for it, right? So the pawn shop is the same way. Don't give you the full value, but I'm gonna give you around the value that it's worth. And my job is I'm gonna give it to you with a little interest, but in the back of the mind, if it's something of real value, the pawn shop is making a killing. So it's even if you don't get it back, that money that he gave you, he didn't give you the full value, so he getting that plus whatever he, you know, again, if it's gold, you know, gold and silver and things of that fluctuate on its value depending on the time, right? You know, gold could be, you know, $1,200, $1,400. Silver could be, you know, I guess I'm right about $18 right now, right? Maybe 18, 19, between $16 to $19 and, you know, an ounce and so forth. So again, when you go in at the time, you get it for the value of the time, but then let's say that it goes up. So he done got more than what he got for what he gave you. So it's like a lot of people are hesitant because, again, the sentimental value. Let's say like the woman that he was talking about, and they got a wedding ring. I ain't got a wedding ring. You know, they got some sentimental value because, again, it's significant to the situation of the marriage and so forth. And here you is, you know what I'm saying, on hard luck, and you need some cash, you know, whether to eat, pay a bill, or whatever it is, and you have to do it. Because, again, in this situation, you don't know when you can get out. Now, they give you like 90 days, right? They give you 60 to 90 days to try to get it back. But, again, you know, in the situation you're in, you don't know how long it's going to be, right? And then, you know, you got people getting ready for income tax time, right? So, you know, people are doing a lot of things to try to maintain, right? Again, we're talking about pulling up people by the bootstrap, right? Moses going and sifting through their jewelry and all kinds of valuables, and they taking it in. And so the pawn shop at this time will be getting, you know, the buried treasure. They're going to be getting some things of value that they would have never had gotten. And then hopefully most people do get it back. But again, if they don't, they're going to gain a lot of loose treasures that they would have normally had gotten due to the hard times is forcing people to do that. So again, we have to look to the government and wonder, you know, when's enough going to be enough, right? A lot of people say, well, enough is enough. So, you know, but again, hopefully that doesn't fall on you. But again, that's how it is, right? It's just part of the game, right? And, you know, we're pawns of the game. And when you pawns of the game like that, then that's part of the game. So, matter of fact, I got to go ahead and get these up. So let me go ahead. I got to get these couple things up out of here. Because, again, for those who might be in the audience, again, you can't be just sitting there and not let me hold something, right? You know, I go out my way to get these shows, right? You know, this is the hardest or the most hated show in the Black Corner Internet. Why? Because I bring the news with no filter. I tell it like a TI is from my perspective, right? And so the least you could do is give me a like. You can give me a dislike. You can comment and say, man, Mr. Blows Your Mind, I think your show is full of nonsense. It's all good over here. Again, I don't block nobody. Everybody's entitled to their opinion just like I'm entitled to mine. Right? So I got to pull up this thing up here right quick because, again, I didn't do this prior to the show. And so let me go ahead and get this right quick. So give me one quick patient second, y'all. You know, because I'm a one-man band over here, right? So, you know, sometimes I have to do things. Let me see if this is the right one here. That one there. And then I need this one here, right? Yeah, that's the right one. Okay. So that's the right one. All right. So let me do this here. One more. And I'll be ready with y'all. Around a second, y'all. I have to do this because, again, for those who might not see later on, and then don't do what they do, I have to do a reminder, you know, like a PSA, right? Personal service announcement. Come on, I need that part right there. This the right one? I think this the right one. Let's see, is this the right one? I think these are the right ones, right? Let's see. Yeah, these are the right ones. All right, so let me get back to the show. Okay, let me get this. Okay, so now, you know, again, with everything dealing with money, right? You know, in this time that we in, and again, you have people who are becoming having anxiety, right? Because again, you're not knowing, you know, the conditions and you know, and what's going on. So you kind of just like, man, you know what I'm saying? So you're trying to survive, right? Thinking of ways, you know what I'm saying? Trying to figure out how to squeeze some juice out of this rock. So that brings on other kind of conditions as well. Okay, you got to worry about your money, rent, all that stuff, but then your health, right? Right? Health too, man. Health is involved in this too, right? So this thing has a lot of effects in it, right? So I seen this particular story, and I was just like, well, you know, I don't know, man. You know, again, everybody had their entitled to this stuff, right? But before I do that, before I play that, you know, I have to do my PSAs, right? I got to do my PSAs, right? For those who might be a little slow with their hands, let me hold on. Let me do this right now. Let me do that right. Okay. Thank y'all for being patient with me. All right. All right. So let me go ahead and let me do this right, and then the play behind that. Right. Let's get it.
One of the most difficult things about pain management is not treating the pain. It's actually diagnosing and finding the exact place from where the pain is emanating, right? So, in other words, where and how do you put the medicine just in the right place to be able to fix the tear, for example? Well, that field may be on the verge of a revolutionary breakthrough. Instead of using needles and live x-rays, what they're looking at doing now is having these tiny robots that actually can be sent into our bodies. Does this sound crazy? Here's RT's Rachel Blevins with the explanation for us. Okay, sounds amazing. Sounds like these movies or these Disney rides that I used to go on when I was a kid. What is it?
Right, so we've got a team of scientists from Switzerland who claim that they have created these smart micro robots that are highly flexible and biocompatible, and they're saying that this could revolutionize the process of targeted drug delivery, because these micro robots are supposed to be able to change their shape in order to adapt to their surroundings. So if they're traveling through a blood vessel or going to a targeted organ, they're supposed to be able to change their shape based on that, but not lose any speed.
That's amazing. So if I had, give me a shot over here, Kevin, if you would. Give me a shot on set. There you go. So my knee, right? And by the way, I have bad knees from playing football. I've got serious problem in my knee that needs to be fixed. Right now, we use something called fluoroscopy, right? I know because I'm connected to a company in Miami that uses technology. They get a live x-ray and you can actually see where the needle's putting the medicine. This is like this on steroids, right?
Exactly. So it's taking it to the next level, and you would essentially be able to ingest that micro robot. And then they say that it would be created with magnetic nanoparticles, so they could then use an electromagnetic field in order to control where this robot goes, and basically as it makes its way to your knee.
I can imagine it would be hyper focused, but is this kind of pie in the sky, or I mean, is this what's what's your research tell you? That this is something we might actually be able to do? Or is this a bunch of eggheads in a laboratory somewhere wishing that someday we could do this?
It's going to take a few years before this actually becomes a thing that comes on the market, but the team of scientists that's behind it, this is something that they've been working on for around 15 years. And even though we may have, 5 to 10 more years before something like this becomes available, they are looking at creating it in a way that it would be cost effective and something that maybe the average, citizen or member of the public would be able to use and take advantage of.
That is fascinating. I mean, this is one.
Hey YouTube, thanks for checking out our channel. We hope you enjoyed the video. We have tons of content for you just like this. For more of RT America's one-of-a-kind news and analysis, be sure to subscribe and never stop questioning more.
All right, so some new technology that will be used. Again, they selling it, right? It's going to be able to get in and, relieve you, get down to the source of the pain. Matter of fact, even quicker, right? More and more proficient. Then if you took an aspirin, or if they took, again, as he gave an analogy of pain that is needed, to take the, I guess, kind of cortisone shots, right? Stuff like that, right? But this here would be like a nanotech technology, right? Where they inject you, right? I remember as a kid, there used to be this movie. Somebody who hearing this might, because I can't remember the name of it. There was a movie back in the day when there was an individual that was on a table, and they put these people in a syringe. They was in this. Somehow they got them shrunken so damn little that they was inside the syringe, and they shot them into the, and they was inside the body. And I was in grade school when this movie came out. And they used to show this on days when, like I say, you went to school and it was a snow out day, right? And so we ended up staying in the auditorium. So what they did, they would play this. And I seen it quite a couple times, right? And they were in there to cure him, but they were in there as doctors swimming inside of this kind of a nano submarine, right? And got in there, and I think somebody ended up dying or something, a man or two, they died up in there inside him, right? But they end up supposedly destroying whatever was ailing him, and that was supposed to be the technology. So I'm like, this is what I'm thinking, like, damn, okay, so they ain't gonna be able to shrink you to get you up in there. But what they did is now they came with a nanotechnology that they're gonna say that's gonna go up in you, right, as a tiny robot in your body that's gonna be able to get to places and, get to the, root of the cause of your illness. Now, again, that sounds great, right? It says that it also, is biocompatible, right? Well, I mean, how long you been doing this? How do you know that's biocompatible, right? You talking about it's another 10 years for you to do it. So again, have you been doing it? Because I actually read some time back, we're talking about smart dust, right? You ever heard about that smart dust? About stuff that they have that come out, that come in the sky that people inhale, and again, it has those particles in there, but they actually kind of like, some kind of nanotechnology and stuff, right? Again, so I'm looking at it from, okay, I see the medical side to it, but I also see the surveillance side to it, right? So are we supposed to trust this? It's going to change the shape. It's going to morph into the body. So I guess it's never going to get out of there, right? So I guess you can't, out of the extremities, right? You can't get it out the body, right? It's just going to be part of you forever. And so, again, as being a DOS in here, it's bad enough to try to surveillance everything you do now. Now you're going to tell me that if I get this technology, you're going to have this up in me forever. So again, they were talking about they got these technologies supposedly, again, am I landing on the moon, right? You can't believe all that shit. So anyway, you got some stuff that can alter moods and change and, so we don't, again, we again being the specimens that was used to create this AMA, right? The Medical Association. Again, going all the way back to when my ancestors was on there. That's who you was using to get you, how you was testing out everything, right? So we always have been skeptical about when it comes to this, medical stuff, right? You need a guinea pig, right? And again, the way things is today, we pretty sure that you're doing it in the form and fashion that will have something to do with the, the other side of it. So that's, twofold. It cuts both ways. It's a double-edged sword. It's not just going to be the one way they tell you. It's got many different facets to it. So we have to say, okay, what else you going to do with it? Because again, talking about metamorphosis and changing the shape and then we can become that, right? So, the new surveillance tactic, right? That can also alter your you know what I'm saying? Turn it to automaton, right? Put nanotechnology robots in you that can actually kind of like, it's like AI. They're going to say they're trying to get AI to be, more proficient and smarter than a human being. So then you're going to have it up in you. So then that means it can hack you and then control you. Yeah, okay. We'll be waiting for that one, right? I don't think I'll be around for that. But anyway. All right. I'll bring that out to you. All right. So what else I got up in here for you, right? Well, again, just kind of like what Mr. Blow Your Minds is doing right now. I'm out here. I'm disseminating information, right? Again, I don't have a per se boss, right? So I kind of get to, go the way I am my own boss, right? Except, they don't want to cut me no check for this, right? But so again, based on the simple fact that sometimes things that are being said, there's information out here that again that may rub some people in the wrong way, and then they said again we got to find a way to kind of like just quell some of this. And again, as this being the most hated show in the black corner of the internet, they actually do that to me, right? They keep me about 50, 60. Well, I was getting 100, right? Go back and look recently. I must have pissed somebody off again, and he said, well, you ain't happy with the damn 100 but 50 was giving you? We're going to put it down to 50 to 60, huh? We're going to get you down to 50 to 60 now. Yet you got 2.9, and again, let me tell you something. Every time I get some subscribers, they go back and take them right back, huh? Every time. I'll get 5, 6, 10, 11. They'll come back and say, well, 10, 6, 7, 8, 9, say they unsubscribing. Well, how do people unsubscribing when I'm not even getting nobody for notification of the 2.9? But that's what you want me to tell you. And you think, again, this show is for whoever just happened to come by. If that's what you worried about that psychologically, that ain't going to do it. But anyway, do what you got to do. So I seen this particular story here, right? Well, this is coming to a country near you. If they do it in one place, you damn better bet your bottom last dollar it's coming. It's coming. What you talking about, Mr. Boy? Well, I got to show it to you. Before I do that, let me see if anybody in the house. Let me see if I got anybody in the house. I got a couple people in the house, all right? Kind of surprised that so many people so kind of early, so let's see if I got any fam in the house. Let's see if I got any fam in the house. Kind of freezing me up over here a little bit. Okay, I got Mr. Spencer 620 in the house. What's good, my brother? What's good, man? Wildfire Penny, peace, love, and light to you as well. I guess you're a sir, but Wildfire could be a sister or it could be a female. So anyway, again, I don't think you're hermaphrodite, but again, it is what it is until you disclose that. Again, I'm giving you both just because I'm not sure what that is. So again, I appreciate y'all being here. So again, I got this here, right? So check this out. Again, like I said, this is coming to a country near you. Because why? We know, again, as this being the black corner of the internet, and a lot of stuff that we talking about over here, people want to think that, again, it's a lot of nonsense. And again, not everybody's show is going to be. But again, there is an awakening. There's a power source. And again, we don't have that per se boss that we got to tell it, well, you can't do this, can't do that, right? So you kind of a wild horse, right? And again, if you go back to the Willie Lynch letter, talk about that wild horse and the Negro, right? You got to break them both, right? So check this out and I'll be right back.
Remember when the internet was supposed to spread freedom and democracy around the world? It's helped people organize, protest, and fight for democratic reforms. But increasingly, authoritarian regimes are using the internet to undermine democracy by monitoring citizens, silencing critics, or just simply cutting the cord altogether. In fact, according to one study, the number of internet shutdowns has doubled since 2016. and more than 70% of internet users now live in countries where people were arrested for posting political, social, or religious content. And when it comes to controlling the internet, experts say there's one country that's leading the way and teaching others how to do it: China.
It's basically pioneered and just dominated this form of kind of internet control. And you look at it and you go, okay, we can do that. Let's try that. It's not too difficult to track the trend in Beijing's influence and Beijing's training and all these forms of internet control that China pioneered appearing in Africa.
For 2 decades, China has been building its own version of the internet, sealed off by the Great Firewall, which blocks, censors, and controls anything that the ruling party doesn't like. And now, China's trying to export its model of the internet around the world. Beijing calls this cyber sovereignty, something President Xi Jinping promotes to other leaders at China's annual World Internet Conference.
They kind of crafted this doctrine of cyber sovereignty. It says, look, just as we control what goes on inside the physical borders of our country, we should be able to control absolutely what goes on in the, cyber borders of our country. It's basically using sovereignty arguments and national security arguments as a justification for censorship.
China isn't just spreading its ideology, it's also sharing its technology. Companies with links to the ruling party like Huawei are building internet infrastructure in countries all over the world, particularly in Africa. Experts believe that this could give those nations the same surveillance powers that China has.
There are lots of places that you can see this investment and then see this, this spike in censorship.
China has also trained leaders from nearly 40 different nations on its surveillance tactics, including Uganda after its 2016 elections.
In the wake of that election, when the government was complaining about how people had organized on social media and explaining why it had to, shut down social media for people's own good, some Ugandan officials did go to Beijing and openly said, we are going to Beijing to learn how to deal with this problem with the internet. Come in the wake of cracking down on dissent in Uganda, I think it was pretty clear what they were hoping to learn from Beijing.
There are 2 competing models of the internet. One is China's. The other is more open and decentralized. But right now, it looks like China's is making serious progress. That's partly because the open model has so many problems of its own, from fake news and political hackings to real-world violence.
China is able to say these aren't really problems in China because we tightly control our internet and we tightly police them. If countries that care about the internet and if companies that care about the internet and organizations don't come up with a effective new model, then, I think we will see a trend towards a more top-down government control, as in China, as in Russia, as in much of Africa. We'll see that even in countries that have typically, stuck up for a free internet.
All right. If you didn't know, you know it's coming eventually, right? So there'll be shows like Mr. Blows Your Mind. You won't be hearing this kind of show no more, right? Eventually they're slowly matriculated in, right? So they're saying that according to this technology, because again, if you've seen the show when I did the one about Facebook, right? Remember that the CEO had to go before Congress in the hearing. I kind of played that, right? That's really what reinvented them already putting the corner on me, right? Putting the yellow tape around my channel, right? That's when they really was doing it. And then they came back after that, right? And again, if you heard that hearing, you would have heard the fact that there was a inner working with the technologies of Google, right, and Facebook. I don't think Facebook. I think it was more of a Google, right? And they was helping China to build the structure that they're talking about, right? And again, they said they've been doing it for 20 years, right? And they calling it the Great Firewall, right? Because they got the Great Wall, right? So they got the Great Wall that was to keep the barbarians out, right? They got the Great Wall, they would keep the barbarians. So now they're going to say the Great Firewall to keep certain information. Again, the so-called democracy we have in this United States, and again, talking about the freedom of First Amendment, freedom of speech, right? And again, you say in other places, man, you can't do what we are able to do at this point in time. So, we slowly is being chipped away at this, right? So it get to the point where this not is going to be so free anymore. Again, going to be again, the movie of 1984, for those who might have seen it, Thought Police, right? Have the TV on all the damn time, seeing that, make you get out, do your exercise, and all that stuff, and working for, again, like, I think INGSOC is kind of like Google, right? They was in there replacing the history and putting different pages, right? George Orwell, right? He was telling all that stuff, right? So they talking about, again, I'm pretty sure this coming, right? A lot of us going to be arrested for a lot of stuff, all that stuff coming. You know that's coming, right? It's kind of like, again, at the other parts of this show that I'm going to show on here again about the dichotomy about what had happened a couple of days ago. A lot of people not really pushing the issue on that because, again, they got their reasons. But, again, on the Black Minds News, we had to disseminate that. We're part of the black media, right? So they said cybersecurity, right? Oh, no, they said cyber sovereignty. Where my Moors at? Where my Moors at? They talking about cyber sovereignty, right? I know the Moors know about sovereignty, but then they trump that shit with cyber sovereignty, right? They talking about some, no. We have the right to have the sovereignty to control what goes in and out informationally, and we need to be able to control it, right? Right? Matter of fact, let's see if I got that. Let's see if I got that right here. I'm gonna look at some. I'm gonna break something down, but man, I didn't do it. I didn't bring it in here with me. So with that being said, then the fact that they say, well, Africa. Now we can see why they're doing it in Africa, because again, they swapping, right? Basically, that's what you got to say. That China is done bought up so much of Africa to the fact that, again, I was hearing a video that I seen that somebody was talking about the reason why you have China doing what it's doing, because it said there's going to be another kind of a what they call that, a snow glacier, or another arc is coming again. And so those type of countries, right, are going to get hit with it. So a lot of them are trying to migrate themselves inwards towards there. Again, they be putting a lot of, again, when they say, you can't believe everything that's on the internet, right? But so fact is, if that is true, but again, we know that's not it. It's because it's the most resourceful, country and continent on the planet. And so sustainable life and minerals and all that other stuff, then I guess if you could control that, you're actually controlling the world. Again, you would think that the reason that our ancestry have tied us back there, that we was able to do that, is because, well, kind of like what happened with Haiti, right? Haiti got embargoed, right? So there's a veil that we don't see. Let's put it that way. An unseen veil that, again, I guess that the people that on the continent seem to not know what they had, and then the other man come and say, well, you didn't know what you had, so I'm going to do it, and I'm going to build it, and then I'm going to take it globally. But you could have did it your own, right? Well, that's not what we know that's what it was. Some unseen embargo. And so they're going to say, well, now that you're trying to get yourself to, be independent and use your own stuff, well, we're going to be having this cyber sovereignty so that, shows like Dr. Mubi's show, right? You see that, you have a sister that's over there. She tried to disseminate this of the African show. There's a couple of shows that you get to see that they try to disseminate information from that's going on the continent. But, once China get all this implemented, that won't be no more. You either going there directly or you ain't going to be getting that, because they're going to put that great wall of fire, right? Great firewall over this. So you ain't going to be able to do all that, right? And so, they talking about, well, there's a lot of fake news out here. Well, I guess fake news will be anything that's not in your agenda, right? Because, we each and every one of us have the, potential to just do our own research up, right? And come up with our own conclusion. Again, if it's not going according to the sovereignty, right? That whole thing, that sovereignty of who's ruling, then they're saying it's fake news. We're going to find a lot of that shit ain't really fake news. It's kind of say conspiracy theory, right? You can say that word and make it sound like it means something crazy, but again, some people lay that shit down and it is what it is. Some people just don't want to take it for what it is, right? It's kind of like what we're going to do behind this here. So again, you got the political hacking and all this. So those are the selling points, right? They want to tell you, well, you know, we got to prevent all this stuff and stuff. So we don't have the same thing that happened to you guys over there. We don't want that happening over here. Well, that sounds great, but again, we know it's about, you know, when you do a lot of shit. Let's put it this way. Let me just keep 100. When you do a lot of shit, right, and you got shit to worry about, then I guess you best be keeping an eye on them because you don't want a motherfucker walking up on you, right? You know, again, you done did so much of the fact that, you know, people was like, okay, you think they plotting to get your ass because you're doing so much. It's not so much about, you know, fake news. It's about all the shit that you're doing that, you know, eventually people are catching on to the game and then you thinking that they going to come with their tiki torches like Frankenstein to try to come get your ass. And that's all that shit really is. Let's keep that shit 100. Ain't nobody stupid like that. I know they think we that stupid, but we not that damn stupid. Shit, we're a lot smarter than they want to give us credit for. Ain't that right? So anyway, let's move on. So, what else I got here? Well, might as well go on here and start this one off. You know, this has been in the news, right? This has been in the news, right? And everybody see it. The nation is, you know, you got black in it, you got Indian in it, you got white in it, right? And, you know, it didn't look good when it first got televised, right? You know, or they try to blame it on the internet, right? They did Jamie, but ain't on the internet, huh? Jamie Foxx song on the alcohol, but they blame it on the internet. And so, you know, again, it was a Mellicott cocktail waiting to be ignited. If you looked at it, he was like, damn, okay, they could have set it off, right? And it seemed it was on the verge of it, and it had all the elements. Now, again, depending on what side of the coin that you're looking on, you might say that it was more of a, you know, they blew it up more than what it was, or there was a lot of fabrication in it, or it was these guys antagonizing, you know, again, right? So I decided to go get all the pieces to it. Right? So what I'm going to do is let you see for those again. See if I give you a piece over here and then come back 5 days later, give you that over there so you don't get, but if I give it all to you at once, you get to see it, again, the old thing, you make the call, right? You make the call. So let's start off with, again, the other day they came out with this Nick SANDMAN interview, right? So let me go on here and play Nick right quick, right? Sit back and play Mr. Nick SANDMAN right quick. What he said. And let's come right back.
An apology? Do you see your own fault in any way?
As far as standing there, I had every right to do so. My position is that I was not disrespectful to Mr. Phillips. I respect him. I'd like to talk to him. I mean, in hindsight, I wish we could have walked away and avoided the whole thing. But I can't say that I'm sorry for listening to him and standing there.
This morning, 16-year-old Nick SANDMAN standing by his actions in this moment gone viral. The junior at Kentucky's Covington Catholic High School, now the face of this Lincoln Memorial confrontation with Native American elder Nathan Phillips.
And what's it been like to be at the center of the storm?
Well, it's weird to see your face on television. I've been reading a lot. And, you know, I've also been getting a lot of messages from people, both support and a lot of hateful things.
SANDMAN and dozens of his classmates had just finished attending an anti-abortion March for Life rally when they converged with 5 Hebrew Israelites, a radical movement that is growing more militant, according to the Southern Poverty Law Center.
They started shouting a bunch of, you know, homophobic, racist, derogatory comments at us.
What kinds of things did you hear them say?
I heard them call us incest kids, bigots, racists. They called us
baby, a bunch of child molesting.
Did you feel threatened at all?
I definitely felt threatened.
There were more of you than them, but you felt like they were stronger?
They were a group of adults, and I wasn't sure what was going to happen next.
It's unclear from the videos who actually started the confrontation. Each side believes it was the first to be taunted. SANDMAN says his chaperone gave students permission to shout school chants, an attempt, he says, to drown out the Hebrew Israelites.
Do you think it was a good idea to start chanting back at the protesters?
In hindsight, I wish we had just found another spot to wait for our buses, but at the time, being positive seemed better than letting them slander us with all of these things. So I wish we could have walked away.
Did anyone shout any insults back or any racial slurs back at the group?
We're a Catholic school and it's not tolerated. They don't tolerate racism, and none of my classmates are racist people.
Did anyone say, build the wall?
I never heard anyone say build the wall, and I don't think I've seen it in any videos.
After a review of the videos, NBC News could not hear anyone shouting that hot button phrase. But Nathan Phillips claims he heard the teens shout, build the wall.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Phillips was with a group of Native Americans coming from an Indigenous Peoples March when he can be seen walking between the students and the protesters.
I intervened and things just escalated from there.
Phillips says he was trying to diffuse the tense situation. SANDMAN says he was confused about Phillips's motives and why he was there.
At first, we were unsure of whether he was trying to join in and drum to our chants or what he was doing.
Did you feel like he was trying to get somewhere else, to go toward the Lincoln Memorial?
I'm not sure where he wanted to go, and if he wanted to walk past me, I would have let him go.
In that moment, he's looking at you, you're looking at him. What's going through your mind?
I wanted the situation to die down, and I just wish he would have walked away, but I knew as long as I kept my composure and didn't do anything that he might perceive as aggressive or elevation of the conflict, that it would hopefully die.
Why didn't you walk away?
Well, now I wish I would have walked away. I didn't want to be disrespectful to Mr. Phillips and walk away if he was trying to talk to me, but I was surrounded by a lot of people I didn't know that had their phones out, had cameras, and I didn't want to bump into anyone or seem like I was trying to do something.
The center of the firestorm, what critics characterize as a smirk on SANDMAN's face, some saying it was an attempt to stare down Phillips.
What do you think that looks like?
I see it as a smile saying that this is the best you're going to get out of me. You won't get any further reaction of aggression, and I'm willing to stand here as long as you want to hit this drum in my face.
What some people see is a young kid with a smirk on his face.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say for people who see that and are making a judgment about who you are?
Well, people have judged me based off one expression, which I wasn't smirking, but people have assumed that's what I have. And they've gone from there to titling me and labeling me as a racist person, someone that's disrespectful to adults, which they've had to assume so many things to get there without consulting anyone that can give them the opposite story.
We looked at that video and thought about how it felt from the other's perspective. In other words, there were a lot of you, a handful of the others. Do you think they might have felt threatened by a bunch of young men kind of beating their chests?
I mean, I certainly hope they didn't feel threatened by us. I would just say that the fact remains that they initiated their comments with us, and I mean, they provoked us into a peaceful response of school spirit.
SANDMAN says he didn't see other students performing what appears to be a tomahawk chop.
There's something aggressive about standing there, standing your ground. You both stood your ground, and it was like a stare down. What do you think of that now when you think about that moment?
Oh, I would say Mr. Phillips had his right to come up to me. I had my right to stay there. Our school was slandered by the African Americans who had called us all sorts of things.
As for those red Make America Great Again hats that some students were wearing, Sandman says he bought his that day from a street vendor in Washington.
Do you think if you weren't wearing that hat, this might not have happened, or it might have been different?
That's possible, but I would have to assume what Mr. Phillips was thinking, and I'd rather let him speak for why he came up to us.
The conflict has caught the president's attention. He tweeted that Sandman and his classmates were treated unfairly and have become symbols of fake news. Sandman says he's appreciative of the president's tweets, but all the attention has taken a toll.
What's this been like for you and for your family?
It's been terrible. People have threatened our lives.
Sandman says he doesn't want to live his life in fear, and he now hopes to come out of this with a deeper understanding of others.
I have the utmost respect for Mr. Phillips. It's another person that freely used his First Amendment right, and I want to thank him for his military service as well, and I'd certainly like to speak with him.
Well, as mentioned, we've interviewed Mr. Phillips a few times, but we invited him again now in light of this conversation. Yeah. So I think we're going to hear from him tomorrow on Today. There was actually a really interesting moment at the school yesterday where protesters came, and there was a moment where a young kid who was wearing that red Make America Great Again hat, and another Native American said, maybe we should just sit down. These guys said, maybe we should just sit down and talk about it.
They swapped phone numbers, and they agreed to have a meeting. It's nice to see a little thawing in those tensions, because you saw that moment, and
it was also nice to hear from that 16-year-old whose face and that expression that he made for a lot of folks became a symbol.
All right, so know how they cut that part out. They didn't want that last part cut, right? They cut that last part. The brother was gonna go ahead and talk about that smirk, right? So you have the interview there with his name is Nick Sandman, right? And so the interview went out. A lot of people seen the interview. A lot of people have their opinions about what they seen. And again, you're gonna have different opinions because again, different walks of life. Some people see things due to the historical aspect, and other people historical from another perspective, and then another people from another historical aspect. But when they side by side and they put theirs together versus one other one, it's going to be them two against one, right? So what we have here, so Nick says, was he sorry? And could he, did you believe you were sorry for what you did, right? He said he wasn't sorry, right? He said, I was just listening to him, right? There's a point where maybe we could have, worked it out. I could have walked away. Maybe he could have walked away, right? Right? But the point I was looking at is they was there for the anti-for-life movement, right? Now, have you seen the show I did the other day? Because, again, they hid that part, right? Again, you will hear that being mentioned a little bit in the interview, but no one really disclosed what that was, right? Again, you've seen the show the 22nd, because I was off 23rd. 22nd, right? And I showed you, again, what they said as into the website that was talking about. It was about the indigenous people globally, spoke about, North America, South America, Oceania, Africa, Asia, right? And I said the important person who's missing out there is Europe, right? So it was based on for life, based on indigenous people across the globe who feel like, again, that some of the stuff that Nathan Phillips talked about was genocide and so forth and all that, that goes along with the downtrodden of indigenous people globally. So that part got skewed somewhere in that whole conversation, right? But again, here was they have the right, right? Again, I was told that a right is an abstract thought, right? It don't really exist, right? I'll say that again. Right is an abstract thought. It really don't exist, right? Who has the right to give you and who has the right to not give you, right? So, with that being said, so I'm saying here was, again, it's obvious that these are considered to be Caucasian Americans, white Americans. They did have one little black boy with them, right? You will see that, right? You will see that. So there was one little brother that was there, right? And so if you're going to a movement based on what I just said, that is the premise, the foundation of it, why did y'all need to wear Make America Great Again hats? Ask yourself that. Why did they need to wear that? Did they not understand what they was going for? Again, some people will say that the hat in itself only represents that, again, what it says, to make America great again. But again, there's two sides to that. There's some people who are looking at that, again, if you're coming from the DOS perspective, the only way America could be great again is to have my people in the position that you had to made it great the first time. So that's offensive to black people. Do I need to say that again? To wear the Make America Great hat is like saying subliminally to people who are of DOS of this land. Now, that doesn't, again, we know we made this country great because we put in the most work. We built everything. So, of course, it's great because it came from the greatest people. So, when you that wears that, it's representate to us of what we have been in the position in this land. And in the conversation that was said with the Israelites and them, that had been mentioned. And guess what those so-called innocent little high schoolers said? Yeah, they was in agreement to it. And they was, and clapping up. It was good. They're not going to show that part. They're not going to show that, and probably not going to show it here. They're going to they probably got the hand right on the button, ready to get it knocked off, right? So let's move on some more. So again, it was an anti-pro-life movement. Again, I had to ask myself, I understand that other people of other nations may want to be participants of it, right? To show that somehow you're giving some, I don't know what you would be giving, right? But you came in numbers that just, I had the question. They tried to make it seem like it was only about 60 of them. No. It was way more than 60 out there. It was way more. It was kind of like the 300 movie when Xerxes and all them was going to fight just the 300, right? That's what it looked like, right? Looked like Xerxes and them was just going to fight the 300, but it was only like 4 or 5 brothers, huh? But anyway. So they say that the Israelites were hurling homophobic, racist, bigot, and they bleeped the word crackers. Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it with that. Cracker. How can cracker now is like equivalent to nigger? Again, do we need to break the etymology? Because again, the word comes just like you said, the word nigger they say will come from you. Well, cracker is the word that came that we gave it. So don't we get to define it? We said that it was the sound of the whip of the overseer who was cracking the whip. So how is that derogatory? Okay? Now, again, people who teach from the Bible. Again, come on. These men, the black Hebrew Israelites, doctrine comes from the Bible. Whether you like it or not, in that Bible, it talks about the Creator and homosexuality. Right? So if he spoke from that sense, I don't think they said that again when you hear for yourself or you have to make the call. I'm laying down the groundwork. Do you hear them say homophobic as to them directly, like calling them that? Or are they talking about something scripturally and maybe an incident that happened to do with an individual? You have to stay to see that, right? Now to say somebody is bigots can be incest. That could happen. Nobody would know that other than you, right? Somebody heard that. I mean, you don't know me like that. So I ain't going to take that personally because you said it. But it seemed like you're trying to, again, grab things to give some validation to your side, right? Now here it is. This is a group. They said the group of adults. So again, they try to make the dichotomy is here was these group of men versus these young teenagers. Well, if that being said, then there should be the respect of an elder to a minor, right? Adults are going to say things that sometimes kids just or children will not be in agreement to. And guess what? You don't have to get nothing to say nothing about it. You dislike it, walk away. You ain't got nothing to say, no response to it, right? That's supposed to be the natural order of how this works, right? Adults, children, right? Right? That's how it's supposed to work, right? So if these men are saying things, again, those who know what they do, that's what they do. That's that they do. They get on the corner and they do that. Now, again, they say they speak loud and do what they do. Now, whether you, again, they say if you throw a rock inside of a crowd of dogs, only the dog that gets hit is going to yell. As I say that again. If you take a rock and throw it inside a crowd of dogs, only the dog that gets hit is going to yell. So if you saying some things that does not apply to me, I need no reply. But obviously there were some things that were being said that hit home. Now, he says that based on Nathan Phillips beating the drum, he thought that, well, maybe he was coming to join in with them in the chant. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? That's what he said. That he thought that he was going to join in the chant. Right? Now, again, the chant, again, you had to see for yourself to see whether, again, what was being really said there, right? So they say fire with fire makes a bigger, yeah. Throw more wood on a fire gets the fire to blaze higher, put more gasoline, right? So if you were going to take the higher road, why would the chaperones tell y'all to antagonize them back? Which means it's going to blaze more fire and it's going to get higher, right? Think about that, right? So the so-called moral way, again, these supposed to be Catholic schools, so you're supposed to know the Bible as well. Why couldn't there have been y'all talking scripture back to them? That was never once even tried. It was more of just rambunctiousness and, again, throwing more gasoline, right? So you have, he felt like, now this was SANDMAN, right? Nick SANDMAN said he was there to actually kind of hope that it would die down, right? And it seemed like that it's obvious that what Nathan SANDMAN was doing as the drum was trying to bring a wedge in between the situation. But it didn't look like the other side, again, the grown men never moved from the position that they were in. They never moved. You will see they never moved, right? The only person that kind of moved was Nathan Phillips. But because of the, them sweltering up on him, and again, he couldn't have got out of there if he wanted to. But a lot of people say he could have, but again, when you see it for your own, you'll see it. So he said that Nick said he was there as one to die down. Now, if that was the case, why would you be standing in front of him? Right? Now, again, you have the right to be able to stand as y'all both was able to stand. But again, you in his own words said he was there to, to die down the situation. Then you needed to calm the people that was with you, right? Because it should have been obvious why what he was trying to do. But that's not seen the rationale being here. Because why? It's what he's going to say. Why there's no rationale here. So he says that he felt like if he had walked away, that he would have been disrespectful to Nathan Phillips. That's what he said. He said if he would have walked away, it would have been disrespectful because he wanted to talk to him. He never mentioned no word. He sang and drummed the whole time. So what are you talking about? He never was like trying to talk with you. You could have just, again, you have the right to stand there. And I'm not going to say you don't. But don't say that you stood there and you didn't want to walk away because it would have been disrespectful because maybe he wanted to talk to you. He just drummed and sang. There was no conversation, right? No conversation. Now, it says he would rather smile, right? And people was saying about his smirk, he said it was a smile. Now, you know, sometimes some people have, you know, expressions that some people may misinterpret. So I'll give you that, right? You can't read sometimes a smirk. And again, we do, right? Could be wrong. Sometimes some people just look a certain way. It's kind of like saying those who remember Robert Parrish that played for the Boston Celtics. He looked always mad. But was he always mad? Because they was always catching him with a pound of bud all the time. I don't think he was mad all the time, right? I don't think he was mad and shit. He just always looked like his ass was mad. But that's just the expression out on his face. Now, again, I'm going to give you some points on that one. I'm going to give him that. We can't read that one. But we know what the expression looked like. But he said that that smile was so that it would be no aggression. That's how he felt. With no aggression because it keeps all, it wouldn't be no aggression. A man drumming and singing, I don't know how that's aggression. I still haven't figured that one out. Now, again, I think you're mixing the two between you saying what your intentions was at the Hebrew Israelites and not so much with Nathan Phillip. But it seemed like, again, they intertwined all three of these stories. And, again, the Hebrew Israelites in the background now. They're not in that position where this is taking place. So it's between you and him. And there was a lot of jeering and mocking. Right? There was a lot of stuff that was being done there. But again, we know when you're in high school, when you're on field trips and stuff, people, they do all kind of wild shit. So the accountability has to fall on the people who's supposed to have been the ones who were, again, they say chaperoning. Where is their authority to quell the crowd that they had? Or they sat back and was in agreement to it, right? Maybe it was in agreement to it. Right? So that was his side of it, right? So let me give you one of the chaperones. See, well, let's put the chaperone side, right? Let me show you what he said. There you go.
Jim Wilson was a chaperone for the Covington boys in D.C., and he joins us tonight. Mr. Wilson, thank you for coming on. I want to read the quote, in case you didn't hear it, from Laura Wagner of Deadspin, and you tell me if you recognize these events as something that you witnessed personally on Friday in Washington. Quote, a racially charged frenzy of barely restrained violence committed by a frothing mass of MAGA youth, frenzied and yelling and out of control. Those are the boys she's describing that you chaperoned. Does that ring a bell?
No, it doesn't ring a bell at all. There were boys waiting to go home on the bus. They were waiting to do the cheers we normally do at the end of the local, at the Lincoln Memorial on the steps. They were behaving themselves. They were occupying themselves with time talking to one another. And then they had grown adults yelling things at them, and they started doing their school cheers to kind of offset the noise that was being presented to them while they were waiting for the bus.
Were the school cheers racial epithets? Like, what were the school cheers?
No, they just, they go CCH. I mean, I don't have them memorized, but right. they go through where they do a wave while they're sitting, and they'll do different types of cheers. There's one cheer where in the film you see it, the boy comes down and he takes off his shirt and they flex their muscles and they scream loud. That's a cheer that you'll see on the football field or in the gymnasium that they do. It was more of a defensive mechanism than it was some sort of attack.
Why do you think people who weren't there are mischaracterizing what happened there?
Good question. I think it was because of the poor judgment of whoever took that story and ran with it, and then it just fed on people's worst expectations. And that's why myself, my wife, community people there, Rodney, Rick, Joe, we all got involved and started pushing back on social media, and we tried to find, see if anybody had tape of this that we could put on the internet to combat what was going on.
These are young men who are about to launch into adulthood, go to college, get jobs, start families. What effect do you think this will have on them as they do that?
Well, Tucker, I think it's going to be a learning experience for them. I think they're going to grow from this. I mean, right now we're all hurting. We don't like what has happened to our sons, to the boys that we've watched grow up, be attacked like this. The character of these boys, I know they're going to get through this and be good men, but they're going to learn from this.
What kind of, we played tape of 2 seniors from Covington Catholic saying they had received threats. Are you aware of threats?
Yes. Yeah, there were, apparently somebody went through a directory and people in the community that just had last names similar to the families were getting calls with death threats. And they didn't have boys going to that school.
Is there any recourse, do you think, for these families? I mean, someone like Laura Wagner, who has a platform, makes false and defamatory charges against children. Is there any way to clear their names and to punish someone who would do that to kids?
I'm not an attorney, but it's slander. It's an attack. It's using one's power to a point where it causes damage.
Yes. Final question to you, how are the boys holding up?
The school's slogan is a spirit that will not die, and they're embracing that.
God, what a senseless event. Jim, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so you had a chaperone, Jim Wilson, there, right? You know, Tucker there, right? And they said they had a quote that talked about frenzy and frothing, right? Frenzy, right? Yeah, they was getting rambunctious, right? They was a little unruly, right? They was out there jeering it up, right? That's what we seen, right? And it wasn't like that wasn't happening. Again, they said they was chanting and cheering, right? So there was a frenzy among them. Again, it wasn't like 60. It seemed, the number was pretty high. It was maybe a couple hundred out there, maybe, right? It looked like that, right? So he said, according to Mr. Wilson there, he said they were behaving, right? Right? They were just out there doing school chants, right? And based on what the Hebrew Israelites were doing, they said that was more of a defense mechanism, right? And so Tucker asked, well, why do you think that the people had this reception about, or what took place? Why everybody trying to say it was not what we're saying what it is, right? And that they're all hurting from this incident, right? They're hurting. Again, I guess because they're saying that they're being put in a bad light. They're being attacked. And this is causing damage. Well, as a descendant of slaves of this land, as being once upon a time being a young black man, I think the stigmatization of we being black in this land, there's been a lot of stigmatization, right? There's been a lot of hurtful things that we had to endure as being part of descendants of this land. When you talk about being attacked, well, we can pull out many historical cases where young men have been accused of things that come to find out that they didn't do, even though that the people had rushed to judgment, right? Made accusations and said that they needed these thugs to be arrested, and all kinds of things historically have been said. So in this country, that is nothing new to black folks, right? To be misrepresented, to be looked in a bad light. That's just the way it's been, kind of the American way, right? A mischaracterization, right, can happen depending on the situation. And sometimes, you know, like they told us with the Rodney King situation, right? They said the video that you see, right, it's not what your eyes are telling you. And so that's basically what y'all saying here, right? The video that displayed what took place is not really what it was. It was kind of like doctored, though. It was fake news, right? I'm going to keep all that in mind, right? We'll keep all that in mind. All right, so let me see what I got here. Let me see. I got some people in the audience here. Oh, okay, we're building up a little bit over here. Huh? Okay, so I got some more people in the house. Let's see who I got up in here. Let's see. I got let's see. A couple of people out here. I got some stuff out here to read. Okay, I got. Okay, your sister. Okay, I love you too, sister. All right. Bernard Thomas says. Don't get it started, Thomas. I'm gonna read it. I ain't gonna get, because we got company in the house. Best believe that company is in the house, and I don't want too much more than it is. All right. Let's go ahead. Well, I guess we'll probably it is what it is, right? Give me 1 or 2 if you don't want to be in red. If you don't want what you put in there red, give me a 1. Put yes, 2, no. Cause I'm gonna put it in the air. Huh? We're gonna put it in the air. All right. If you don't give me nothing, I guess that's, silence is another way of saying it's all good, right? All right, let's get it. All right, so we got, says, white boy speaking like an android when we know he's lying and deflecting and playing victim. White, while 5 black men get labeled. But now, said, notice her interviewing tone pitch. Amen. He has been thoroughly prepped for the interview. They do this all the time. They are just innocent, frightened children. He's a racist. There goes that. Thank you for your service talk, a bunch of warmongers. Mr. Phillip, the $5 Native American, I think he was trying to give the android a heads up. In court, they'll call that pitch tone leading the witness. They're too stupid to understand what makes America great again means. Shaking my fucking head. Or mega was great when they were in the Depression and we had Black Wall Street. America was great before they came. That too. Come or invite, okay? And they have the just as right to speak about their religious belief, just as they have the right to say things about their homo lifestyle. Oops, guess nobody told them Heather is the real welfare queen. These people are very delusional and manipulating. White lies, let's hold on, go back a little bit. White lies are usual with the footage as he speaks. The so-called chaperone is lying, trying to depict these things as innocent children just having fun. Hurting? Trying to get emotional response? No wonder white Oscar awards every year we can't play this role. Okay? Speak on it. All right. That's coming from the cheap seats. So I appreciate that for all y'all out there who are giving comments, and continue to keep commenting as you feel fit. And again, you can go ahead and, matter of fact, while we do a quick PSA and get to the next part of the show, I got to do my little PSA. Appreciate y'all being here. So give a quick PSA. Be right back. Let's get it, y'all. Cause you know they're very interested in what we got to say on this, right? All right. So let's see if it. Come on. It's stalling me up a little bit. Here we go. Come on. No. Hold on. That ain't what I want. That's not it. Come on. What you doing? Don't see. Look at it. You're doing what you ain't supposed to be doing. All right. Let me do this back, y'all. Come on. Let's get it right. Get back to the program. I'll get back to that PSA. We get back to what we got to do, right? All right. So let me get to the next point. All right. So now what we're going to do is that was Jim Wilson, right? So now we're going to go back to Nathan Phillips, right? We're going to get the Nathan Phillips conversation, right? So let me see, make everything good. All right, let's do this, okay. All right, so do this here, and let's see if we can get it going right. All right, hold on. Go back. There we go. Okay, there we go. All right, y'all. So we're gonna get from Nathan Phillips' position what stuff that he had said, right? So we're gonna get him, and let's go.
Children to treat others that way. Who teaches our children that? Sometimes somebody has to stand in the way. Even if it means and I didn't want it to be. I really and I was scared. I was feared. But no buts. We have to stand strong. We have to stand for our future, for our generations yet to come. We can't be weak now. There's no time for stepping back and saying somebody else can do it. There's no time saying that there's not enough of us. But Omaha people also say that when you gather together, your strength. You have a strength. We are one. And that's what we gotta do. We gotta stand as one. As one people. As one nation. We can't be divided no more. We believe that songs and the drum, those are a way of communicating to God. So when I was singing those songs, I was putting myself in God's presence, asking God's protection and understanding and help to others to understand. We're going to have to learn how to live together, and we're going to have to do more than just praying about it and talking about it. We're going to have to get out there and do those actions.
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
All right, so that was one of the interviews that Nathan Phillips talked about. Again, as he was stating, the fact that, time. You got to read what he's saying, listen to what he's really saying. Maybe you have to go back and listen to it again, but he's talking about time, right? That he's feeling that, again, the unification and the so-called, looking for somebody else to come and deal with the situation is kind of like a lot of people who talk about if you wait for, some people say Jesus coming out of the sky, right? You have some people who talk like, if you wait for Jesus to come out of the sky, when you got to do it for yourself, kind of like that kind of talk, right? So that was one initial interview he did. Now the one he did on CNN, they won't play that again. No, they will not play that again because, again, he didn't say what they wanted him to say, right? He did not say what they wanted him to say. They wanted him to actually say, right? They wanted him to say, to go along the lines of what they were doing, which they was passing the buck, right? Everything was going directly back to the Hebrew Israelites. Now, again, am I saying, 100% they were right or wrong? Again, it's discretionary. I have my way of looking at it. You got your way of looking at it, right? And some people may say, well, if you're going to say certain things amongst kids that's not appropriate. Again, I'm going to say it like this. I'd rather for somebody who may use some profanity, but they straight with me, than somebody who's smiling and put a suit on who's doing all kind of danger to me. Do I need to say that again? I'd rather have somebody who speaks some profanity to me, that at least they're talking to me 100, than somebody who got a smile, suit, and a tie on, but doing all kind of other stuff. See, that's hypocritical to me. That's just what I'm saying, right? So let me play this part here that Nathan Elder has, they said Nathan Elder, but Nathan Phillips has said, right, the elder of the Native American. This is what he said in another interview. Check this out. And then, matter of fact, I'm gonna give you back to back behind it, because again, this is what they said in the article behind that. So I'm going to give you the video, and then the article will follow behind it. So here we go. Oh, hold on. They're not going to play that, huh? Oh, really? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Really? So you're not going to play that video? Oh, why? Hold on, y'all. I'm going to have to do one in real time. I'm about to put it in real time because they didn't want to play this video for some odd reason. Let me go back and see where it's at, see if I can pull it up. So let's see if I can pull it. Let me see if I can get the miracle in real time. How about I do this? First, I'm going to play. I know what I'll do. Let's see. I'm going to have to still do it this way, right? All right. Yeah, they don't want to play that. Yeah, they don't want to play that video. Okay, so let me see. I don't want to play this article without that video. So let me see something right quick, y'all. Give me one quick patience. 1 second. Matter of fact, let's do this. Since I didn't do it already, for those who might be in the house. Appreciate y'all patience, y'all. You know it take a lot to do what I do. Go back. Let's go, y'all. You know they working me over here, right? Y'all know that. You know how it go. Gotta get that video back, y'all. Give me a second. Nathan Phillips' interview with CNN is full of falsehoods, inconsistencies, and nonsense? You know I'm going to say that again. Nathan Phillips' interview with CNN is full of falsehoods, inconsistencies, and nonsense? This was done today January the 23rd, 2019, in the National Review. And this is how it reads. As I wrote on the homepage today, it's disturbing to see the left-wing hate that is still being directed at the Covington Catholic students. Days after the initial framing of the story was thoroughly debunked, judging from the vitriolic online responses to my piece, it's apparent that many folks on the left are basing their understanding of the incident by still taking Nathan Phillips entirely at his word about the incident. They credit his good intentions, they credit his good faith, and they credit his version of the story. This is a grave mistake, as my colleague Kyle Smith documented in a viral piece this weekend. In his initial account of the event, Phillip gave substantially different accounts to the Washington Post and to the Detroit Free Press. But the inconsistencies don't stop there. Perhaps his longest statement is contained in this CNN interview, and, quite frankly, it's simply incredible. There's an alarming number of falsehoods, inconsistencies, and nonsensical statements. For example, there's the interesting question of his alleged service in Vietnam. The Washington Post reported today that he served in the Marines from 1972 to 1976, but was not deployed. In the transcript, he appears to falsely state that he served in Vietnam twice. CNN, let me ask you about what happened to you. These boys in the middle of this group, and you find yourself surrounded. How did that happen? And what did that feel like as a person standing there face to face with a young man who seems to be staring at you or glaring at you? How would you describe that, Phillip? When I was there and I was standing there and I seen that group of people in front of me and I seen the angry faces and all of that, I realized I had put myself in a really dangerous situation. Here's a group of people who were angry at somebody else, and I put myself in front of that. And all of a sudden, I'm the one who's all that anger and all that wanting to have the freedom to just rip me apart. That was scary. And I am a Vietnam veteran, and I know that mentality of these, there's enough of us. We can do this. Here's the second, CNN. One of the things they said is we weren't protesting against Native Americans. We were there for the March for Life, and we were just chanting. And this is some kind of putting the blame on you. And that this person came into our space, and we were just getting all hyped up. Do you buy that? Phillip, not in the least. CNN. What really happened, Phillips? They were there looking for trouble, looking for something. Everybody knows the right to life and pro-choice has been like this, and they're hateful to each other. It is because I'm a veteran. I'm a Vietnam veteran. That these two groups even have the right in this country to have protests, to have conflicting opinions. If they were doing that, they should have done that there. And then when they come into public, that wasn't a place for that. That was a public forum where we were at. We were still under the protection of our permit for the Indigenous People Rally. If you watch the available video, the first transcript entry is wrong. He says, the more ambiguous Vietnam Times. I can't find videos on his second statement. CNN apparently aired only excerpts of the larger interview. But why emphasize Vietnam when you didn't serve there? This is deceptive at best and an outright lie at worst. But look closely at those same transcript excerpts. Do they comport with the video evidence of the event? He disagrees with the kids' defense that Phillips came into our space and we were just getting hyped up. He says that is not in the least what happened. But the video is crystal clear. He walked into the mist just after they did a series of school cheers. Moreover, he says they were looking for trouble, looking for something. Yet again, the video shows something substantially different. The black Israelites were hurling homophobic and racist taunts. If anyone was looking for trouble, it was the people who were calling kids homophobic slurs, crackers, and incest babies. But looking for trouble is a subjective judgment, so it's difficult to categorize as a flat-out lie. Let's be charitable and simply say that his statement is flat-out inconsistent with the available evidence. Moreover, read the way he describes the confrontation between black Israelites and the coveting Catholic kids. Phillips. Oh, what I was witnessing was just hate, racism. Well, hate. What I'm saying is that when these folks came there, these other folks were saying their piece. And there are others that got offended with it because they were both just expressing their own views. And if it's racism, that's what it was, because the folks that were having their moment there, they were saying things that I don't know if I agree with them or not. But some of it was educational, and it was the truth. And it was history about religious views and ideologies. But these other folks, the young students, they couldn't see it. They had one point of view, it seemed, and that was that their point of view was the only point of view that was worthwhile. And that's not what I was feeling. Again, this is an outstanding statement. Is this at all consistent with the video? The adult black Israelites were taunting the kids relentlessly. Anyone who has encountered the black Israelites, and I have, know how they conduct themselves. You know, they are full of rage and hate. But right, the kids were the real problems, or as Philip describes them to the Detroit Free Press, they were the beast, and the black Israelites were the prey. But there is no video evidence I've seen that indicates these boys threatened the black Israelites. And at the point where Philip walked into their midst, the boys were keeping their distance. Also, please read their exchange and compare it with the video. CNN. Were you trying to calm the situation down basically when you saw kind of things seem to spiral out of control? Phillips. I think so. I think that was the push. That we need to use the drum, use our prayer, and bring a balance, bring a calming to the situation. I didn't assume that I had any kind of power to do that, but at the same time, I didn't feel that I could just stand there anymore and not do something. It looked like these young men were going to attack these guys. They were going to hurt them. They were going to hurt them because they didn't like the color of their skin. They didn't like their religious views. They were just here in front of the Lincoln. Lincoln is not my hero, but at the same time, there was this understanding that he brought the Emancipation Proclamation or freed the slaves. And here are American youth who are ready to look like lynch these guys. To be honest, they looked like they were going to lynch them. They were in this mob mentality. Where were their parents? Because they were obviously a student group. Where were they? What does he mean that he thinks he was trying to calm them down? Either he was or he wasn't. And if he was, it is truly odd to do so by not speaking words the boys could understand and walking straight into the midst with an entourage that is actively taunting the kids, telling them to go back to Europe. That is odd behavior. It's not peacemaking. If you're trying to make peace, say so. The drumming and chanting have no independent, calming power, especially when they're accompanied by angry taunts. But then later he contradicts himself, saying something that seems much closer to the truth. He told CNN that one of his people said they should reclaim our space. Phillips. When they said, let's go hit the drums, let's go sing, let's reclaim our space here, because this was the indigenous people's rally. And when these two groups came together and started, that I was witnessing as it escalated just two small groups, then the other one just went back and got more people and went back and got more people, went back and got more people until there were over 100 people, maybe 200 young men. They're facing down what? 4 individuals? Why did they need 200 people? They're other than its hate and racism. They had their target. They had their prey. And so I wish somebody would be able to stand in front of the 7th Cavalry and my relatives and Wounded Knee. I wish somebody would have stood there and said, no, you can't do this. And there it is again, the claim without any evidence that the Covenant kids looked at the black Israel as prey. Finally, here's Phillip even denying the kids were chanting school chants, something that's plainly obvious from the relevant videos. One of them is even the very old and corny, "We got spirit, yes we do." CNN. Does it feel like hatred towards you because this kids will say, oh, we were just chanting our school chant and this person came in between us as we were chanting our school chants and we were not being hateful? What did it feel like to you? Phillip. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. Well, yes, I do. I guess I heard that rhetoric before and it's just one of those things. It got to be like water off a duck's back. Time for lies to be not accepted anymore. I don't accept there. I'm just chanting a school chant. But again, the video contradicts Phillips. They're clearly and plainly chanting about their school. If you have eyes and ears, you can see it and hear it. I've been to dozens of high school football and basketball games in the South at least. This is what students' bodies do. They chant. They jump around, they get loud, and if they're being taunted by racists, it actually seems like a constructive response to hate speech. Don't engage, have fun. But then came Nathan Phillip. He walked into their midst. He sang words they didn't understand, and then he spewed falsehoods in the national media. Why are so many progressives taking his word as true? Because he's telling the story they want to hear, not because he's telling the truth. The black Hebrew Israelites and their connection to the Covington controversy explained. You know I'm going to say that again. The black Hebrew Israelites and their connection to the Covington controversy explained. This story was done today, January the 23rd, 2019, from the box. And this is how it reads. Black Hebrew Israelites are in the news after a January 18th video shows members of an unidentified sect interacting with students from Covington Catholic. How a rarely discussed religious group became part of a viral Covington story. A video of an interaction between white high school students and an indigenous activist that went viral over the weekend has sparked a wild internet debate and thrust a little-known religious group into the spotlight. On Saturday, a viral video emerged of teenage boys wearing a Make America Great Again hat standing in front of Nathan Phillip, a Native American activist and Omaha elder, as he beat a drum and sang on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. The video was taken on Friday, the same day as the indigenous people marched, and showed other boys, many of them also in Trump's branded apparel, dancing and laughing nearby. Phillip told several media outlets that he believed the students who were from Covenant Catholic High School in Kentucky and were in D.C. to participate in the annual March for Life were marking him, and the video was shared repeatedly as a powerful example of racism in the Trump era. But the conversation began to shift on Sunday when some observers claimed that a small group of black Hebrew Israelites, protesters standing nearby, were to blame for the incident. Another longer video soon emerged showing a verbal exchange between the Covington students and a small group of black Hebrew Israelite protesters in the moments before Phillips appeared. In a statement on Sunday, Nick SANDMAN, the boy in the initial video, argued that the Hebrew Israelites instigated the incident and that his classmates wanted to drown out the hateful comments that were being shouted at us. President Donald Trump. Conservative commentators and a number of prominent journalists responded to the second video and SANDMAN's statement by saying that the early criticism of students was overblown. And the results of a rush to judgment, Phillips, for his part, explained in the interview the students and the Hebrew Israelites, noting that the men were vastly outnumbered by students. These young men were beastly, and these old black individuals was their prey, Phillips said. The black Hebrew Israelites, meanwhile, have said that they are being used as a scapegoat for the students' behavior. Now, more than 3 days after the video first went viral, the small group finds itself in the middle of a controversy over very different framings of the rally incident. The black Hebrew Israelites briefly explained. The black Hebrew Israelites are an offshoot of a broader religious movement scholars often call Black Israelism, which dated back to slavery and Reconstruction, if not earlier. Writing from the Washington Post, journalist Sam Kostenbaum explains that Black Israelism is a complex American religious movement whose various sects are loosely bound by a belief that African Americans are the literal descendants of the Israelites of the Bible and have been served for their true heritage, or severed from their true heritage. Several figures played a role in the creation of this movement, including William Saunders Crowdy, a former slave who embraced parts of Judaism while arguing that there were deep connections between African Americans and biblical Israelites, the descendants of the prophet Jacob. Crowdy traveled across the country with his message in the late 1800s, setting up congregations in states like Kansas, Illinois, New York, Virginia, before his death in New Jersey in 1908. Crowdy's ministry also drew on aspects of Christianity. His practice developed from particular history of African American suffering and the historical, spatial, ideological, cultural, and religious context of the Western frontier after Reconstruction. Historian Jacob Dorman explains in Chosen People the rise of American Black Israelite religion. Crowdy's followers and the followers of other leaders in this movement refer to themselves in varying ways and practice their religion differently, although they are all often lumped under the same umbrella. According to Andre E. Key, a history professor at South Carolina Claflin University, the difference between groups often referred to as Black Jews, Black Hebrews, and Hebrew Israelites are not always recognized, at times creating confusion connections between disparate movements. Some groups, for example, focus on adapting a combination of Jewish and Christian teachings to predominantly black congregations, while other groups use terms and traditions of Judaism as part of an entirely distinct belief system that does not derive or desire the support or approval of any existing religion. The Black Hebrew Israelites who are at the Lincoln Memorial on January 18th were not immediately connected to a specific sect, but appears to fit into this latter group. Their version of the religion practice developed in the years after the Civil Rights and Black Power movement, as some members wanted to distance themselves from white Jews and Judaism. Kostenbaum traces the development of these more radical groups back to the 1970s and 80s, noting that several offshoots developed around the Israelite Tanakh School in Harlem, also called One West. Kostenbaum explains, the One Westers saw themselves as radical reformers of earlier generations of Hebrew Israelites who had gone astray. They would troop out to street corners dressed in colorful and ornamented capes and leathers, vivid imaginings of what ancient Israelites might look like transported into an urban culture of New York City. They were also early and eager adopters of new media, hosting local television slots and filming their often controversial street ministry. The One Westers believed that other non-white groups, including Native Americans and Hispanics, were also descendants of the Israelites' 12 tribes, and that these communities must acknowledge their history as Israelite before issues like poverty and police violence could be overcome. The differing offshoots of camps affiliated with One West have some common beliefs, including a strong sense of black nationalism, or the belief in the end of the world being imminent. When compared to other facets of black Jewish groups and black Israelites, this group is largely seen as a fringe sect and has fractured further since 2000, spawning groups like the House of Israel. But the internet has helped these groups spread their message. If you live in a city like Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, or New York, there's a good chance you've seen members of the House of Israel or other offshoots of One West engage in a highly confrontational form of street ministry. As these groups have become more well known organizations like the Southern Poverty Law Center have argued that some black Hebrew Israelite groups are hate groups and fit into a rise of black nationalism in the face of surgent white supremacy movement. The SPLC refers to them as an extreme sector within the Hebrew Israelite movement whose ardent belief that Jews are devilish imposters and who openly condemns whites as evil personified, deserving only death or slavery, and also have a history of sexist and anti-LGBTQ remarks. Groups like the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge contest the description. The black Hebrew Israelites say that they aren't to blame for the high school students' behavior. That the backlash to the initial media coverage of Covenant students and backlash to the backlash continues. Some critics have argued that the students' behavior was widely mischaracterized. In Reasons, a libertarian news outlet, Robbie Soule, argued that far from engaging in racially motivated harassment, the group of mostly white MAGA hat-wearing male teenagers remained relatively calm and restrained despite being subjected to insistent racist, homophobic, and bigotry verbal abuse by members of the bizarre religious sect Black Hebrew Israelites who are lurking nearby. But others, like Deadspin, Laura Wagner, argues that additional information about the event should not end outrage over what happened to Phillips. Noting about the video shows the offensive language of black Israelites changes how upsetting it was to see the Covenant students, and Salmon in particular, stare at Phillips with such contempt, Wagner wrote on Monday. Black Hebrewites involved argue that they are being unfairly singled out in an attempt to excuse the students' treatments of Phillips. Ephraim, Israelite, a Hebrew Israelite, presents... Okay, I could do this. All right, let me do this over.
The Lord said God had a perpetual hatred. You want us to love you, but you don't love us.
Bring it out, right?
You want us to love you. The Lord said he had a perpetual hatred. Who's he speaking about? You so-called white people. I got no more spit in my mouth. Is this a stand you say now?
No, this is
Ezekiel chapter 35 verse 5.
Bring it out,
because thou hast had a perpetual hatred, and I shed the blood of the children of Israel. Right, you shed the blood of the children of Israel. Cops are still getting away with murder. The government is still getting away with murder. You shoot us down like dogs in the street. You take away our children from the borders of Mexico. But God wants us to love you. God wants us to love you. How can we love somebody that has a perpetual working for us. I see you. You want to wave high. A bunch of insect scrapers.
That's right.
A bunch of babies made out of insects. This is what America makes America great looks like. Where was it great? Where was it great? I tell you, right. Exactly. Since you started. Since you had us in slavery.
That's right.
The only time that it was great. Look where we at. Where? Look where we at. Look at my people. Look at my people. The best nation that's going to stop.
The best nation to shut down.
And eventually, they're going to stop. If this the best nation, why y'all can't? Why y'all can't? If y'all the best nation, get rid of that damn life on your back. Get rid of life. Get rid of life.
There can't be stop.
Sound like a bunch of dogs.
That's right.
You know what? You don't see the angels around us. You don't see the angels around us. You couldn't do it. You couldn't touch us if you wanted to. You can't touch us if you wanted to. You don't see the angels around us. You worship blasphemy. We got angels that are God for us. You don't see it though. Look at this fool.
This guy think he's stoked.
Get no Look at his head. You serious? This is the devil.
It's the devil. Yo, get Joe.
This is the damn devil. Throw that fat cracker to put on the ball.
Yo, he got to put on a bridle.
When the prophets laugh at the mockers, this is hilarious.
He got to put on a bridle.
This can't be life. This is what America this is what make America great again looks like. This is a bunch of Donald Trump's sons. This is what Donald Trump incest children look like. A bunch of Donald Trump incest children. All praises to Yahweh Ba'Shem Mashiach Yahweh Shah. That's right. They can't stop this word. They can't do nothing to the prophets. They outnumber us, but they don't see the angels around us. Get them. Get this crap. Who say the pull-up boys? Yo. Who say the pull-up boys don't pull up and turn it up? Thus saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord.
Because you know what? You dirty bastards better be ready. You better be ready.
They say, look at this.
The future justice in the kingdom.
Get on there. Look at these demons. Look.
See how much they respect you, Israel?
Right. This is how much.
Go ahead, what you say? Gad put that thing down, don't he?
Yeah, Gad, did he calm all these spirits right down, huh?
Gad's serious with it.
Yeah, serious with it. He calmed all these spirits right down. The spiritual right there. He calmed all these spirits down.
That's right.
All these spirits is getting demonic. He calmed all that down. All these spirits is getting demonic. God came through and calmed all these spirits down. All the spirits got calmed down. Right, guys at the front.
Serious mockery. Make America great again.
America will be destroyed by nuclear thermal destruction. Thus saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord. Your land will never be great. Your land will never be great. Thus saith the Lord. Give me Romans 13 and 11. Give me Romans 13 and 11. Because the day is at hand, and y'all just don't know it. Y'all can't see it happening. But every nuclear power got a nuclear bomb face towards your ass. Okay? That's right, you bunch of cockroaches. Bunch of cockroaches. This is what America produces.
That's what America.
This is what America meant by make America great again. This is what Donald Trump produces. This is a bunch of future school shooters.
That's right.
Nothing but a bunch of future school shooters. That's right. When y'all gonna go shoot up another school? When y'all gonna go shoot up another church? When y'all gonna go shoot up another synagogue? A bunch of school shooters. This is the face of true terrorism.
That's right.
This is what terrorist looks like. Because you shoot up schools, our people don't. Your people is a bunch of school shooters. You damn right. When have you ever seen a black, Hispanic, or Native American shoot up a school?
I've never seen anybody shoot up a school. I've never been at a school.
That's right. School shooters. That's your future. What? Hey, you about to go postal? You about to go postal?
He about to go postal.
Go take a shit. That's do it.
Come on, baby.
But go shoot up a school before you do it.
Whoa.
Go shoot up a school before you do it. Think about it. When have you ever seen one of our people shoot up a school?
I haven't seen anybody shoot up a school.
You never seen nobody shoot up a school?
I never witnessed it.
Guess what?
Never been one.
Guess what? All of you got the school shooter haircut.
That's right.
That's stereotyping.
No, it's true.
That's racist. That's racist. That's my haircut is in my eyes. You're making a lot of sense.
I'm telling you, it's in your eyes.
My haircut is in my eyes.
Y'all about to shoot up a school right now.
Whoa. You have a high school education, don't you?
Oh, you proud because your mother paid for college?
Yeah, he's proud about that. He's proud about that.
Your college degrees was paid off of the bloodshed of slavery.
That's right.
Your houses, your mortgages, everything your parents own was given to you by the bloodshed of our people. That's right.
That's right.
You
a good one.
succeeded by the bloodshed of the captivity of the North American Indians, of the Southwest Negroes, everything. Let the fighting continue.
The fighting continues.
Let the fighting continue. Right.
Where's out in the water?
Man, I don't see a black person. I don't see one black person.
They're going to get the token. They're getting the token. Unbelievable.
Where's Kanye West?
Let's get Kanye West.
One nigga in the crowd. One nigga in the crowd. Oh, you got two niggas in the crowd. Two niggas.
Look.
Look at this simple cook. Look at her.
Yeah, simple cook.
When you get old enough, they're gonna steal your organs.
That's right.
They're gonna steal your organs. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out, nigga! Get out, nigga! Get out, nigga! You ain't see the movie? Why you being mean? Get out, nigga! Get out, nigga! That's the only one y'all got to Oh, y'all got one old. You see that?
That was mad racist.
You see that?
That was mad racist.
But we're the racists. Ain't that so? This is the face of America. Hey, this is the face of America.
No.
All right,
sir. What have I told you? It's not rape if you enjoy it. He does not get a cup of
He got Trump water. He got Trump water.
You got Trump water? You got Trump water?
It tastes like incest.
Tastes like incest? Gucci water? Oh, they got Gucci water.
Sir, I'm telling you, I took a few shots.
Let's get this out.
Sir, and yet knowing the time.
The Lord said, now knowing the time. Go ahead.
It is hard time.
It's hard time. Go ahead.
To awake out of sleep.
To wake out of sleep. Not only our people been sleeping, but you got the American dream. You're sleeping with the American dream. America will be great again. You believe America will be great again. Go ahead.
Our salvation nearer than we believe.
But now is our salvation nearer than what we believe. You think there's no hope for blacks and Hispanics? You think there's no hope for the Native Americans? But guess what? Hope is coming. And Jesus Christ is not a white man.
That's right.
Oh, yes. It doesn't matter. This guy's got to figure it out.
It does. The truth matters. This is a faggot child molester. This ain't Jesus the Christ.
Jesus Christ be perfect.
No, he's not perfect. If you read the Bible, you see he's a man of God. Boom! And guess what? Christ is coming back. Yeah! Christ is coming back to kick y'all right out.
Next guy that says that.
That's what Christ is coming.
You're getting DT from me in multiple.
Christ is coming back to kick your crackers out.
All need to back up.
Listen to him because you might lose your scholarship. You might lose your scholarship and you might be on the wall. You better get out, brother.
Get out, brother.
You better get out.
Get out, brother.
Get out,
you're even wrong on that. You're even wrong on that. St. Nicholas was a black man, but you don't know that. You believe everybody is right. You gotta claim your claim your past, claim your true history. Claim the Greeks. Claim the Romans. The Greeks was a bunch of homosexuals.
That's right.
Just like the Romans. You what?
A product of sodomy.
You're proud of sodomy?
I'm a product of sodomy.
He's a
you
product.
look like a product of sodomy. Thus say it.
Thou sayest. Thou sayest.
He said he's a product of sodomy. Just like the Trumps. Just like the Trump. I can see your it's not so let me show y'all something. Go on YouTube, right? And y'all can look it up for yourself. Check this out. I'm going to give y'all something. Check this out. Go on YouTube and look up Donald Trump kisses drag. You're going to see your president kiss Rudy Giuliani dressed in a drag on the lips. Your president is a homosexual.
That's right.
I got news for you. Your president is a homosexual. No, we don't. Donald Trump don't support that. Donald Trump took the gays, told the gays, they can't be in the army. Ain't y'all supporting Trump? Ain't y'all? Give me Isaiah 10:6. Ain't y'all supporting Trump?
It's not even a real book.
You know what?
It's not even a real book.
How is it not a real book when you go in the judge in the court office and they make us swear on it?
Dun, dun, dun.
They make us swear on the Bible. So how is it not a real book?
I can swear it's children. Then America's not a real country then.
Then America's not a real country. Because you swear on lies. You understand that? This is the hip. Let me show you. If this is not a real book, let me show you what the Bible says about your country. Give me that.
Isaiah
10:6.
10:6.
They're not going to read this in your Christian church. Check this one out.
Look at Isaiah chapter 10 verse 6. I will set him against a hypocritical nation.
I'm going to speak up. The Lord said he shall send us against a hypocritical nation. You make us swear on the Bible. You got on the back of the court system, in God we trust. On the back of your dollar bill, it says, in God we trust. But you give faggots rights.
That's
The Bible condemns homosexuality. So guess what? Read that again, Baba Kushar.
I will send him against a hypocritical nation.
A hypocritical nation. You make us swear on the Bible, but you judge us by your penal code system. You don't judge us by the Lord God. How you don't judge? You got judges, man. How you don't judge us? You get 25 to life. That's right.
So that's a Bill Cosby.
Tell that to Bill Cosby. Tell that to Bill Cosby. How you don't judge? What are we laughing at? Listen to you're
Get some toilet paper, man.
You ate some brownies. You ate brownies. You took a piece of the beef bite. What did you do? Right. I see. I can see it in his face. Right. There you go. Pull out the dog. What the Lord said is y'all hypocritical nation. Read.
I will give him a charge. I will set him against a hypocritical nation and against the people of my wrath. Will I give him a charge?
And against the people of his wrath, he shall give him charge. We're not equal. Go home and understand America will burn. Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the Lord.
What we got over here? What the hell? We surrounded by demons. What the hell is going on here?
Peace circle.
Now this is a peace circle?
Kumbaya, man.
Kumbaya? Ain't gonna be no peace until blood is shed.
That's right.
Because you gotta give up this land that's stolen.
That's right.
You gotta give it up. It was built on rape, robbery, and murder. And you have to give it up. That's the only way you're going to have peace. You got to give up this land, man. That's what's happening here. You got the Trump supporters, and now you got the Democrats in front of us.
Yeah, give them Proverbs 11.
What the hell's going on here?
Salakia, give them Proverbs 11 and 21.
Go hand in hand. Give me that one out.
Yeah, give them Proverbs 11 and 21.
Yeah.
Your story. You're from Brooklyn?
Born and raised.
Whereabouts?
Park Slope before the big gentrification.
Okay.
In Red Hook. So, yeah, back and forth between Park Slope and Red Hook.
Got it. And how old are you now?
I'm 36.
36. And do you have your sole name is Chief Ephraim. Do you have another name?
Israel. Last name Israel.
Ephraim Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how did you get involved in your? Is it a church? Is that fair to say, or is it
well, the knowledge?
Yeah.
Okay. I was 16 in high school, and I was dealing with a book of Malachi Z. York, and I thought that the Bible was a white man's book. I always said, "Oh, King James, that's white. You know, that's a white man, and I don't need that book." So whatever the case may be, the brother showed me. He said, "Listen, man, well, what if I could show you Jesus Christ as a black man, and I could show you that the Jews in the Bible were black? What would you say then?" And I was like, "Well, you got to show me." So he showed me, and ever since then, I was astonished, and I wanted to learn more.
Who is that showed you?
His name is actually Mr. Blessington.
Okay.
Right now, he's all over. That's his Instagram, and he's another, so-called Puerto Rican from the tribe of Ephraim, and he opened my eyes to it, to his understanding, and I came into the knowledge. I was young in it, 16 to about 21. I kind of fell off. I went back into the world, started living a vida loca, and about 5 years ago, I came back in full repentance. And the Bible says, when you leave and you come back, you got to come back 10 times stronger. So I feel like what I'm doing right now is I'm on a mission from God.
And what's your mission?
My mission is to wake up the 12 tribes of Israel scattered throughout the four corners of the earth, the people of oppression, the people that are suffering through oppression of white supremacy from the four corners of the earth. If you go to China, you will find our people there suffering. If you go to Russia, you will find out people there suffering. And when I say our people, I'm not just talking about so-called quote-unquote blacks. I'm talking about the so-called Negroes, so-called Hispanics, and so-called Native Americans. We have the same oppressors throughout the four corners of the earth. White supremacy is a worldwide thing. It's not just here in America.
Okay. And so how, not to get too deep into it, but how do Jews who are like a European descent fit into there?
Great question. The scripture says in Romans that the Spirit bears witness of who the children of Israel is. For instance, they'll say you got to look at the Spirit. So they say look at Eminem. Now Eminem, he raps, right? He's a great rapper. But when you look at his content, when he starts rapping about murdering his wife, his mother, and stuff like that, now you tapping into a realm that we really don't deal with our spirituality. You can't find a black brother or a so-called black brother or Hispanic brother beating up and killing their mother. It's very rare you get that. So that's a spirit of somebody else. So it's not physical features, because I have cousins that have blue eyes and blonde hair, but the seed of their father is a so-called Taino Indian. So they are from that tribe. So your seed comes from the father. That's what determines your nationality. It's not your mother. Your mother she's the earth. She's the soil. Your seed comes from the testicles. So you are what your father is.
Got it. So is there any room for white people in the knowledge?
There is, actually. I'm gonna open it, and I just want to quote it. Well, I'll read it real quick. It's Isaiah 14:21, and this is the only way everything can happen. It's actually 14:1 it starts. It says, for the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. Right now we don't have our own land. We're in the disperta. We're in the dispersed. We out here, in captivity. It says, and the strangers shall be joined with them. Now the strangers are the other nations, not just so-called white people. Because when I say so-called white, you're not white. You're not the color of this paper. You understand? You have no pigmentation, no melanin. You have no melanin. So, but the Chinese, the Arabs, even the Africans are not our people. If you have a black pit bull and a black Rottweiler, are they the same breed? No. So color don't mean nothing. So it says, and they shall take and the stranger shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave unto the house of Jacob, and the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. So that's the place for the other nations. They will be under subjection, but in righteousness. And this is happening right now. This is the age of information. This is the age of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding is at the palm of your hand, but a lot of people don't use their phones to be smart. They don't use the smartphone to be smart. So that's what it is.
So is your group the Pull-Up Boys? Is that just a nickname, or is that?
No, we are the Pull-Up Boys. It's the whole concept behind that is we pulling up to any situation that has to do with our people. Whether it's a protest rally, we're not a part of Black Lives Matter. We go over there and we show our people their wrongs. We show them they're not supposed to be homosexuals. Show them they're not supposed to be, because that's anti-life. You can't bring forth life if you're a lesbian or a homosexual. So you have to reproduce and whatever, but the Pull-Up Boys, we pull up to any situation that has to do with our people. Before we went to DC, we pulled up at a church on Howard Avenue in Brownsville where a black pastor raped his daughter from 9 years old to 14 years old. It was on the news too. Yeah, I remember. And we pulled up and we blasted that church for their wickedness. So this is not just going at strictly white supremacy. It's about evil, wickedness, and that's in Isaiah 5:20. It says, "Woe unto those that call evil good and good evil." So they look at us like we're crazy, we're deranged, but we understand what we're speaking. We've did the research. We're not your ordinary Negroes, ordinary Puerto Ricans. We are the children of God.
And how long have you been a group, the Pull-Up Boys?
We actually started it when we pulled up in front of the Brooklyn Tabernacle on a Sunday morning, and they have over 5,000 members in their church, and we destroyed their Christianity doctrine. They called the cops on us and everything, and we actually got locked up.
When was that?
Maybe 2-3 months ago.
Oh, okay, so you're relatively new.
The Pull-Up Boys.
Okay.
But HOI, the House of Israel, we've been here long before that. This was something that we started, the Pull-Up Boys, but we are the House of Israel. And our elder is Priest Zabak.
Priest Zabak. Can you spell that?
Z-A-B-A-C-H.
Z-A-B-A-C-H.
Elder Priest Zabak, yes.
Elder Priest. And he's in Brooklyn as well?
Yeah, he's Brooklyn, Bronx, yeah.
Got it. And do you have a meeting or any sort of like prayer service?
We have a Thursday night conference class that we use every Thursday night, and it's open to the public. You're more than welcome to log on, call, and if you have any questions, we're willing to teach you. And like I said, we don't have a physical place, but in the Bronx, we actually rent a place in the Bronx for our feast days, the new moons and stuff like that, and we worship there. But we don't have a physical place. We're still working on that. We got a GoFundMe, and I think the brother put it up to $30,000. It's about $26,000 right now. So,
sorry, the Thursday night. Okay, the Thursday night conference classes, are they digital only, or are they like?
No, your phone. You call it on your phone.
Okay.
Yeah, old school conference.
Got it.
And we teach 3 days a week in New York City.
Okay. So, how come you guys went to DC over the weekend?
Okay. Well, they was having an indigenous march, right? So, we are commanded by God to do what we do. We're not, like I said, we're not just regular men. There's zealots. In the scriptures you read about zealots. All the prophets and Jesus Christ, which the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ, his actual name is Yahushua. And he was a zealot. He told the Romans, he told them their kingdom will fall. Moses told the Egyptians to let my people go. So all the prophets, all the leaders, the shepherds of the flock, they had to care for their flock. So I'm going to quote it, Isaiah 58:1. It says, "Cry aloud, spare not. Show my people their transgression, and the house of Israel their sins." So we came out there to actually reach our so-called North American Indian brothers. But it went left, but that's what we went out there for.
Okay. And did you march with them at all, or?
No, we didn't march. We went there, and like we do, like I said, we teach 3 days a week in New York. It was something big over there because they're not really used to that, especially where you had, it was on the steps of where Martin Luther King, during his week, Martin Luther King made his famous "I Have a Dream" speech. And of course, after that, they killed him. So we're trying to show our people, as much as peace rallies are you trying to do, it's not going to work. So you have to come back to the commandments of God, which his name is Yahweh. And if you can't put that in there, because we don't worship God in the name of Jesus Christ. We worship Yahweh.
Can you spell that?
Yes. You could use the acronym YHWH.
YHWH, Yahweh.
And then Yahushua, it'll be the same thing, which at the end of it be SHI, and that's who the world ignorantly calls as Jesus Christ. So Yahweh is the Most High God, and Yahushua is who they call Jesus Christ, okay, which is a so-called black man if he walked the earth today.
Got it. And then so, could you just bring me through everything that happened in DC, everything that's been on the news?
Yeah, so we was teaching. We was teaching.
And when you say teaching, you're on your microphone.
If you see the videos, we never use the microphone.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why we speak loud. When we speak loud, it's so everybody can hear us. And that's what Isaiah 58:1 says, "Cry aloud, spare not." So we're not supposed to spare feelings, no matter what it is. And we're supposed to show our people they're wrong. So we started telling them that they got to stop worshiping their idols. If you research the history of the North American Indians, they started worshiping the buffalo, they worshiped the eagle, they started worshiping the water, the elements. So we was explaining to them, don't worship the creations, worship the Creator. So it got, like usually if you look at any of our videos, the most people that give us the most problems is our own, because they are lost people and they're destroyed for lack of knowledge. So they jumped up, and in the midst of that, you have a bunch of hats come out, MAGA hats everywhere. And I told one of the brothers, he's screaming at me, cursing me out, and I said, how are you gonna curse me out, but you're gonna give this guy a pass? He got your hat on. He got this Trump hat on, and they're the ones that stole your land, but you're getting upset with me.
And who was yelling at you?
One of the North American Indians.
Oh, okay.
He was cursing me out. You see it on the video. He's cursing me out using the MF. If you listen to us, we don't curse. Certain times it'll slip out. I don't curse. I'll say words that's in the Bible. Ass, jackass, faggot is a bundle of sticks. So that's really not a curse. You understand? If you get the definition of these words. So he cursed me the hell out, and I just showed him, these are your enemies. I'm not your enemy. I'm here for you. So whatever the case may be, you know, one came, a couple guys, and as I'm talking to them, you see them riding their bikes back and forth. They riding
these are the students.
The rental bikes back and forth, making smirks, making certain faces and stuff like that. So yeah, it got intense because you're trying to mock me and my brothers now. You know, you had a couple of hey y'all, and all of that stuff. So when I heard build a wall, I heard that, and it's on video. It wasn't a huge chant, but it was about 2 times. Build the wall, build the damn wall. So when I said that, when I heard that, then I approached him, and not approached him I approached him verbally, and I explained to them, like, listen, you ain't never seen a Mexican shoot up a school, and this is one of the big quotes, but they took that out of CNN. You ain't never seen a Mexican shoot up a school. You never seen a so-called Negro shoot up a school. You never seen a so-called Native American shoot up a school. You're a school shooters. This is the prime example. Y'all the terrorists. So if we're gonna build a wall, let's build a wall for the people that's actually hurting this country. You know, with the mass murders. And if you look at the statistics, yes, they own the statistics of mass shootings and the mass murders. We don't own that. We have black on black crime. We have ghetto crime in the hood. But when it comes to mass shootings, that's not in our forte. That's not in our spirit.
Gotcha. And so on the video, I think it shows the people in your group yelling like the F word, the bundle of sticks.
Yeah, okay, that F word, okay, yes.
How do you explain that?
Well, there was a Catholic priest there, so we really are anti-religion. What we teach, the Bible is not a religious book. So, and once again, I explained to them, the topic right now is R. Kelly. You want to speak about R. Kelly? Well, let's speak about the Catholic Church. So the priest was standing there, and I said, here goes one of the child molesting faggots. And they got upset. I didn't know that was a Catholic church, a Catholic school. So they got upset. They and they all went to him. They was starting to kiss his hand and stuff like that. And his face turned red. You could see he was embarrassed. And I asked him, how many children did you rape? And you know, that's when he walked away and stuff like that. But that's what they're known for, and that's when it came out. And then it also came out when I explained that their president, because they're so proud of their president, if you go on YouTube and you look up a video of Giuliani, Trump kissing drag, you'll see him kissing Giuliani on the lips in Macy's, dressed as a drag.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
You can't say I didn't try.
So I told him, your president is a homosexual and he's a faggot. You know, I said both words. So that, you know, I was trying to cut deep into their hats. And yes, it pissed them off. They flipped it and reverted it and said, oh, like boo. You know, they were saying, basically trying to act like they were pro-gay. But it's an all-boys school, so I can imagine what goes on in there. You know, and that was really where my gay slurs was towards. You know, so the scripture says the power of the tongue is like a two-edged sword. So I don't have to get physical with you. I can destroy your spirit with what I speak of and how I speak. And I possess that power.
And so do you think there is a problem with that sort of rhetoric, or do you think it's fine if you're in that situation?
I mean, if you look at, once again, I'm from the tribe of Ephraim. I'll be a so-called Puerto Rican today. When the hurricane hit Puerto Rico and you see Trump coming over there throwing bounty towels at my people, like, I mean, then you're building a wall. There's still poison water in Flint, Michigan. There's still chemtrails. You're feeding us GMOs. My people are dying from diabetes, from cancers. It's so much stuff going on, and it's like, you know, I love all nations as much as Trump loves mine. I only love my nation. I only love my people. And those are the 12 tribes of Israel. So all the other nations, I have no pity for them. You know, whatever happens, that's between you and the world. I can care less. I'm here for my people, and that's basically it, you know.
So, and then also in the video, when the kid took his shirt off, I think you guys were yelling that he's sort of like out of shape and
that
bra. And
sometimes, yeah, the roasting parts come out because you gotta pierce. You gotta pierce, and if you're going, the scriptures also says when you make your head, when they make their head hard, you make your head harder, like a ram. You understand? And that's basically what it was. So yeah, brother said he needed a bra, you know, but that was a little arrow thrown at him.
Okay. And like, do you think there's an issue with that? Like, being that like attacking them with your words, is that fine by you, or is it?
Well, yeah. Let me get this real quick. This is Hebrews 4:12, and I could paraphrase it, but I'd rather you can get it from there. Hebrews 4:12, it says, "For the word of God is quick and powerful, and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart." And when the Bible speaks of the heart, it's speaking about the mind, because you can't, your heart don't get thoughts. So the heart is your mind. So yes, it pierces you, it destroys you. Words, they say sticks and stones break my bones, words hurt. So you got to do that. Words hurt my people for years, calling them niggas, calling them spicks, calling them wetbacks. So yes, they're incest babies. Trump is always filling up on his daughter, you know. So yeah, we try to cut deep into them.
Okay. And so you were there teaching, as you say, and then did the group come toward you, or was it, how did that all come about?
If you look from the beginning, there was maybe 1-2 of them. And the North American Indian guy, he was it Phillips?
Yeah.
He was correct on that. He was, certain things he said he wasn't fully correct on. But when he said there was 1-2 of them, they got insulted. Another rush came, it was maybe 15 of them. And as I'm teaching, the crowd is forming, but it wasn't them. So I'm teaching, there's a crowd in front of me, there was a couple of red hats. So one of the brothers said, yo, I turn around. So when I turned around on the steps, because we was facing the opposite way of the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, and the opposite, I turned around and there's a sea of them. Maybe it was about 100. And then they just started forming and forming. And it looked, I'll tell you like this, if it was 50 years ago, it would have been a lynch party. It would have been, if we were somewhere in Mississippi or Alabama, that would have been a lynch party. And if you look, it was only 5 of us. There was 4 on camera, 1 on the camera. So at one time, yeah, I thought they'll rush. You know, they was doing their chants. If you see, I put my Bible down. I was like, wait a minute, if y'all gonna rush us. But I didn't, you know, it was crazy. And yes, it started with a couple, and then it was like a sea of them. And all you saw was red hats. So as I'm speaking, there was one kid, when I was speaking about the Trump and the hats and stuff like that, and I asked him, when was America great? because America never been great for my people. So when was America great? And I said, well, what did it happen when y'all had free labor? And the kid said, he said, you want a sip? Take a sip. And I looked, and it was a water that said Trump on it.
Oh, yeah.
It was a bottle of water that said Trump on it. And that was, he got me good. That was a cut. I was like, oh, this little, you know, so sure enough, and, you know, that it triggered more. And yes, they started doing their chants, so I was cutting into them. And I called them dogs. They sound like dogs going, ooh, oh, so.
Giving the cuts back to you, or?
No, definitely. Like, I'd rather that. I'd rather you show your true colors. Like, I'd rather deal with somebody like Trump than Bill Clinton. Why? Because Trump, he shows you, he gives you that raw redneck. That's that raw redneck with money. Then Bill Clinton comes, he smokes weed, he gets a little head in the office, and now they call him the first black president. But yet, all the money that was stole from Haiti during the earthquake, during his president era, there was more blacks and Hispanics in jail than any other president. So I'd rather deal with a rattlesnake than a snake that doesn't hiss or doesn't make noise.
So you'd rather, were you sort of like excited, or not excited, but you'd rather see people wearing MAGA hats trying to provoke you rather than just walking by? Or?
I'd rather that. I respect that, but it was disrespectful to show up to an indigenous march. Like, what are you doing here?
Right.
Like, that was disrespectful, especially from what those people are going to. If you ever been to a reservation, their reservations are worse than the projects in Compton.
Right.
Their reservations are worse than the projects in Brooklyn. So, yes, like, that's disrespectful. You know, I felt for my fellow brethren. To me, I can eat that, you know, but to them, it stung.
Right.
You know.
Oh, that's interesting. So you sort of respect the kids for getting up in your face a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was, yeah, I can say I respect it. They stood their ground, but they was the initiators because of the simple fact that they had chaperones, and if you don't like what's being told to you, or you don't like what you're hearing, you can keep it moving, and that would be the more responsible thing to do. Their chaperones just kept them there, and I heard one of them say, I don't know what's the word, but when you say like you're gonna get not expelled, because that's what
I saw that too.
He said, if you say something, you're gonna get extend or
some abbreviation.
Right, it's abbreviation. So when he said that, everybody fell back. But then there's also another clip when I told the guy, they said, what you have, a high school? He said, you got a high school education? And I looked at him and I said, oh, you're happy that your mother paid for your college degree. And then I explained to him, everything that you have, whether it's a college degree, whether it's a mortgage, everything you own was built on the bloodshed of slavery. So, you know, you're walking around on stolen land and with our possessions. So, but they got pompous, they showed their colors, and I wanted to bring this up because a lot of people don't bring this up. And I actually found this, somebody sent this to me during this ordeal, because there's a lot of stuff going on. The Covington Catholic students appeared in blackface at a high school basketball game.
Yeah.
So for them to say they're not racist, that's, like I said, they showed their true colors. So now you're there with MAGA hats. There was an intention behind that. That was their rally. They had the permit. There was an intention behind that. Who knows who sent them? Could have been Trump himself. Could have been the Klan members. That MAGA hat is the modern day Ku Klux Klan hood.
Yeah.
So you see one coming. You know.
So, who do you think is responsible for sort of like sparking it all? Do you think it was a combination of you?
The Word of God. Yes, the Word of God. It sparked it all.
Okay.
Because they've seen what they've done. They've been told, and I know, I believe they're from Kentucky.
Yeah.
They never been spoken like that to by a black or Hispanic guy in their lives.
So you think it was your words that sort of set it off?
The words of God.
Okay.
The words of Yahweh.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that, sorry, I'm just trying to get the timeline straight. So you're teaching, pointing out, and you see about 2 people wearing MAGA hats, and you start.
I explained to the North American Indian brother, I said, listen, man, what you screaming at me? I'm your brother. Why they get a pass? You understand? So that was the initiation to it. Hey, you're like, what you talking about me? Making a stupid smirk. So I was like, okay, y'all want my attention now. So they got caught in the fire. But I want to give you another scripture. I'm not going to read it, paraphrase it. 2 Corinthians 11:6. This is the Apostle Paul. He says, though I be rude in speech and not knowledge. So I can be rude in speech. Christ spoke of his voice was as many waters. You know, when you read about the prophet Elijah and the children, there was children there, and the children spoke to him. They called him bald head. They was making fun of him. He had a bald head, and they mocked him. He sent she-bears. He prayed to God and sent she-bears, and the she-bears destroyed them. You see, that's basically what it was. I was trying to call my she-bears on him through the power of God.
Got it.
So right now it's through the power of the tongue.
Got it. So I'm just getting back. So you're teaching, the Native American person comes up and sort of has words with you, or?
There was one that he was like, what happened? You see that he turns around to us and says, what happened? But it was in a joking matter and everything. And we said because the North American Indians are from the tribe of Gad. That's their biblical name. So we were saying G-A-D. That's their tribe. So I told him, I said, no, we said, oh, here comes Gad. Here comes Gad. And they was trying to make a peaceful thing. They was trying to stop everything. It got heated at one time. I told the brothers, I said, listen, if they rush, form up. So we was forming everybody back to back. You got to do that. You know what I mean? You can't let nobody get behind you. And if you look in the videos, there was kids walking around us with sticks. I didn't see them. Actually, my wife told me. She said, you didn't see the guys behind you. There was a couple of them with sticks. I said, God had me. You know, I go on blind faith. And there's they came in between us, and they was trying to de-escalate the situation. The Gadites, the North American Indians, right?
Okay.
And everybody was moving out their way.
Okay.
Everybody was moving.
But initially it was, you're teaching 2 kids or so are in front of you, and you sort of provoke them?
No. I was teaching. Yeah. I was teaching my Gadite brothers.
Okay.
And the other ones was mocking. So as they mocked, I called my she-bears. Right. You know, understand? So I did like Elijah, and I called the power of the tongue.
Got it.
So yes, you're not gonna mock me and my brothers. We done been here for centuries.
Right.
You're here, and these young kids, they don't know their history. Their history been told a lie. They think that they're rulers of this earth when they're the stolen owners of this earth. You understand? Everything you have is stolen. So that's basically what it was. There was no provocation.
Right.
They could have kept walking,
teaching,
but they brought more people and more people. You know?
Yeah. So then that happens, and then you turn around and you see the big flood of them.
Yeah, I was surrounded. And then at one point, you see them all around me.
And they weren't there when you first started?
No, they wasn't.
No.
No, they wasn't. So the brother was right, and he did de-escalate it, but could he walk somewhere else? Yes.
Do you think that was for the best, that he tried to de-escalate it?
I wish he didn't.
Why not?
Because we were still teaching, and I had so much more to go. You know, we stood maybe 2 hours after that, and we was teaching in there to the dark. So we was the last one standing,
right?
And we never moved from our post. So yes, I believe they actually interrupted what we was teaching. And at the time, the kids took a position. They was all on one knee, like the offensive line and the defensive line, and it looked like they was gonna rush us. And that's when he came. But he could have took another route, or he didn't have to go there.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh. And you think it was I just want to be totally clear, your teaching that sort of set the whole thing in motion. Just like their reaction to
the word of God.
The word
of Yahweh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And their reaction to it.
The word of Yahweh. It was piercing. Yeah. Their souls was getting ripped. They were catching darts and ninja stars all into their soul. So yes, it pierced them. That's the word of Yahweh. You know, and our job as a mission is to go out here and teach this word.
And now that includes things like saying they're incest babies and...
I mean, you look at the proof is in the pudding. You know, you like most Jewish people, you know, they as a known fact, they try to keep their money in the family, and they have incest. They try to keep that last name going, and this came from the Greeks, because everybody want to claim history and want to claim Jesus Christ as white man, claim the Jews as white. Let's go back to when it started from Alexander the Greek.
Yeah.
You know, that was nothing but a sea of homosexuals. So that's your history. That's your past. Fred Flintstones. You know, the reason why you're called Caucasian is because you was in the Caucasus Mountains in South Georgia, Russia. That's why so-called white people are Caucasians. But they're not Caucasians. They're Edomites. You understand? You're red. Different shades of red. There's different shades of red, and there's different shades of brown. There's no black. There's no white.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but your teachings include those sort of, I mean, incendiary things, like...
Yeah, I gotta get this one for you. Jeremiah 28 and 8. See, we live by this word.
Yeah.
We live by this word.
I think it's interesting that, I mean, it seems like that's what happened. Like, you're not trying to BS it here, like...
Right.
Yeah.
It says, Jeremiah 29 and 8, it says, "For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, let not your prophets and your diviners that be in the midst of you deceive you, neither hearken to your dreams which ye cause to be dreamed." There goes your Martin Luther King dream. Don't listen to that. That dream was a nightmare. Verse 9, it says, for, you know what, and I'm reading the wrong one. That's enough. 28 and 9, it says, "The prophet which prophesieth of peace, when the word," and I'm reading again, 28 and 8, the prophets that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied both against many countries and against great kingdoms, of war and of evil and of pestilence. So yes, we're doing what the prophets did. And if you know about the apostles, if you know about Christ, if Christ was speaking Christianity that they teach today, he would have never got killed. If Paul would have never got stoned, the apostles died for this word. So that's what we're doing. We're willing to live and die for it, but we're not no threat. You can check. We're actually on the Southern Poverty Law list.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that?
It's what America is.
What do you mean?
The scripture I showed them. Isaiah 10 and 6, right? It says, "I will send him against an hypocritical nation, and against the people of my wrath will I give him a charge to take the spoil and to take the prey and to thread them down like the mire of the streets. So this is a hypocritical nation. You understand? They don't judge you by the laws of God, but they make you swear on the Bible. They judge you by their penal code system. So they're building their agenda, like they call us the Black Ku Klux Klan, but we ain't never hanged no white people. We ain't never burned no cross. We don't wear hoods. We show our faces. So for people to say that we're the Black Ku Klux Klan and label us as terrorists, like, when have we ever terrorized? Once again, back to my school shooter thing. When have we shot up a school? When have we ever bombed anything? You know, brothers has barely got money to get on the train. We get donations. Brothers got little jobs. There's no terrorism here. Though if the word of God is terrorizing your soul, then that's a problem between you and the Heavenly Father. But that Southern poverty law list is it's hypocritical, you know. And then you blame us and say, oh, we're black supremacists. No, this is actually the children of God supremacists. He said this earth belongs to us. You know, we are the children of God. So for us to be on that list is just, it's hypocritical, you know, and it's crazy. It doesn't make sense, and it's part of the lies that America spews.
Got it. I had one more question, but I can't remember. Is there anything else you want to get across?
Yeah, because people who say, it was Ecclesiastes 7:7. People say, why are you mad? You know, I don't want people to think that we're angry black men, because we're not. We actually study these scriptures, and we study more than the Bible. That's why we know about history. That's why we know about Alexander the Greek. Alexander the Greek is actually in the Bible. He's in the Apocrypha that was taken out in the 1600s, but actually the 1800s. So Ecclesiastes 7:7 says, oppression surely makes a wise man mad. So if you're not mad about the oppression, because we're still in the state, we had in the same mental state that we're in before Obama took office. Everybody thought that was it. We have the black president. Oh, things are going to change. Change has come. He gave you a free phone, and that's it. And he took it back. You understand? He brought more gay rights. He gave the rights for gays to be married. It says that this gospel shall be spread throughout the four corners of the earth for a sign, and to the Gentiles and to every nation, and then the end shall come. So now when you analyze it, this is the Lord's work. It's going around like wildfire. And Israel is waking up, and the people that was right there on the borderline of not sure are they going to become a practicing Israelite, they were not sure. Now it's like a sleeper cell being awoken. So all of this that's going on in the media, even though we will be demonized, we will continue to be on the Southern poverty list unless somebody frees us from that and we understand what's coming. But the gospel is still spreading.
Right.
You know. So
how do you feel that a lot of the supporters that were there, they grew up in environments that were reading from the same book, you know, and their ideas about the world are founded in some of the same scriptures and writings.
Let me give you one. So,
I mean, I'm just thinking your own personal feelings about that.
My personal feelings is God's feelings. Now let me show you this. This is I live by this book. I really do live by this book.
So do they?
No, they don't.
But that's my question.
If you eat pork, if you support homosexuality, if you don't wear your fringes, your zizis, then yes, you're not keeping the laws of God. If you celebrate Christmas, if you celebrate Easter, you're not keeping the laws of God. So what you said, to answer that, that's the 2 Corinthians 4:4. It said, in whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of God, should shine unto them. So if Christ, like I said, if If Christianity was the way, if Catholicism was the way, Jesus Christ would have never been killed. Make sense? Once again, Matthew 24:14. I already quoted it, but I gotta give you that last one. And so you know what's happening right now.
That's on your hat.
This is 24:13. It says, yeah, this is about endurance. It says, ye that endure to the end, the same shall be saved. So you got to endure to the end. That destroys Christianity when they say, oh, I'm saved, I'm saved. So Matthew 24:14 says, and this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then the end shall come. So now I got to ask you a question. Christianity, Islam, Catholicism, what's the other Abrahamic religion? Judaism. If those four Abrahamic religions were the true gospel of God, right? Do you believe, are they worldwide? Has everybody heard of Islam, Judaism, Christianity, Catholicism worldwide?
Most people, I think.
So this is part of prophecy. Most people, this is gonna wake up the minds of who we are. This is part of the gospel being spread, and you just don't know it yet, but the Lord is using y'all.
So why do you think, why did you decide to launch the pull-up gang, or the pull-up boys?
Pull-up boys. Like I said, our people need us, and we're gonna go boldly where no man has gone before. And as you see, we were surrounded, and there was only 5 of us. There's a saying that says, I'd rather have 10 lions around me than 100 sheep. So strength is not in numbers. Strength comes from the Lord. You understand?
And I had 2 more questions. Why do you think the SPLC putting you on the list is hypocritical?
I mean, show us where we terrorized. Show us what we have done physically to be on that list. Is this not freedom of religion, freedom of speech? Is this land not built for that? Is that not in the Constitution? Besides the so-called black man still being considered 3/5 of a man still in the Constitution. You know, so you got to analyze it. It's very hypocritical. Because if this is the land of the free, why are we still considered 3/5 of a man?
Okay. And what do you think would have happened if the Native American elder didn't step up?
They would have seen their judgment of the Lord. They would have heard their judgment of the Lord.
What does that mean?
They would have got these scriptures. They didn't get they got appetizers. They didn't get the full course meal. The full course meal is their fate. You got to show them their fate. And the scriptures, if you want to read about America's downfall and white supremacy, is the smallest book in the Bible. When you got time, read the book of Obadiah. It's 1 chapter. Obadiah shows you how the eagle represents America, how the eagle represents all white nations, from Germany down to Rome, down to the Greeks. The eagle represents.
You sort of respect them for,
like I said,
fighting back at you.
They were fighting back. I'd rather deal with a rattlesnake that I can hear than a snake that I can't. At least I know when it's coming. You understand? It says in Matthew's Psalms, the 58th chapter. You know, and it speaks about that. That's the way they got this land. They came to the North American Indians. They said, hey, we're your brothers. Came with smooth words. I would be considered indigenous too, because I'm a Taino Arawak, so-called Indian. You know, from the tribe of Ephraim. So, yes, my people got robbed, raped, and murdered for not hearing that snake rattle.
And they got me. Okay, I'm back. All right. All right, y'all. I want to thank y'all for actually sitting through all that, right? Again, you know, somebody had to lay down the fine work, put it all out there, because, again, everybody has their agenda, but nobody wants to hear from our side of the coin. Now, whether you are Hebrew Israelite, Black American, part of any of that, what they call of the 12 tribes of Israel, it's a fact for all of us, right? And so, based on what the media has put out there, you now have that, who's seen this, you have a much better, deeper perspective than what they would have ever given you. No one would have put it together to give it to you so that you can have the analytical way to look at it. It's more than just the fact of just somebody saying this is what this is, right? Or this is the perspective they're coming from. You got to see it with your own eyes, hear it with your own ears. So again, when they say fake news, and then when they're trying to make it about, it was the brothers who were doing all the antagonism, who were the ones who provoked it. You've seen the entirety of it. They gave the snippet. They cried originally, saying that what was originally put out there showed them in the wrong light. Well, this here, you got to see it from A to Z. You even got to see the back part, which was the interview that ended up happening, right? And so, let's see what else I got to add to this. Matter of fact, let me see what some of these comments out here. And again, I want to appreciate everybody who, you know, who was sitting here, sitting through it. Again, it's for edification for yourself. And again, I got to give out to the shout outs to the channels of Baba Fire Every Time channel. And that's where the tape originated from, right? So let me see what else I got out here. See what some of the people out here talking about. Let's see if I can remember the last one we was at. Okay, let's see. Okay, Red Dead Hunting. Okay, rock on. I think this is done. Mike is out. Okay, it sounds like a deposition here. Okay, that was Bernard Thomas. Okay, it says those Indians are a mix between Mexicans and the captives from the Korean War. They are not our people. Exactly. It says Mongolians. I think that's what Bernard Thomas said there. Next question, can't stand these unlearned brews, not qualified to teach, but trying to include these heathens. Bernard says Trump, and says, why is he explaining himself to them? This is not going to make the narrative change in our favor. Well, I get what y'all saying. He does brew, okay? And Bernard Thomas. Now, I get what y'all saying, right? You're saying, why explain to them? Because, again, they're going to always spin the narrative because they have their agenda. Their agenda is never to tell from our perspective, right? Because we are on the oppressed side. And, again, historically, what has happened in this country, they are not trying to take the responsibility of what done transpired with us. They would rather reverse psychology everyone, especially the, as you said, unlearned, right? And make it about their being the light, like you said, illuminating like they're the light, when we know actually that is not the truth. And again, they sell a lot of that to their own people. Their own people are misguided and miseducated and lack thereof. And so they come with that perspective. So again, if you only, unilateral in the way you look at it and you haven't got the whole picture, then you can understand why sometimes they come at the way they do. Because see, again, when you keep this, flight nation, those that are in the suburbs and that will be in the cities, then when they're in the classrooms and teaching, we're not having the same curriculum. We're not sitting there with the same academics or whatever they're teaching, right? So they're teaching from a different perspective. And plus, we live under the auspice of what the agenda of what is laid, what they call 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So I get what you say why that brother sitting there doing that. I think he did that because, again, under the guise of the minds of what he's under, he said he has nothing to fear because he believes in what he believes in. So he had nothing to hide. Now, again, you could tell they sat and listened, but again, they still had their agenda because they said, well, what about when you said this and when you said that? Okay, with all that you had said, they were still trying to get to this point because that's the point they're going to spin. But it's not so much about what their spin is, the fact that we understand what took place. So again, that's why education or knowledge is power, because if you understand and you see and you know, then it doesn't matter what they come with, right? It doesn't even matter. So I just want to lay that down again. I have no horse in that race. But as a brother, as a black American, as part of the DOS, it is incumbent that those of us, again, if you have a channel, platform, and when we see this, it's incumbent on us to lay it out the best way we can from the understanding that we can come from, because this is the only media we got, even though it's on their platform or it's their, establishment, but they don't control our voice. And we know that even though, as Does Hebrew says, you may disagree with the way that they do, but there's a kinship in them that you still got to honor, regardless of their ideology. Because, see, that's the thing that they keep us divided on. It's like a hand. As long as your hand is spread open like that, all you can do is slap. But if we put that together, you can knock somebody out. You can actually kill somebody with a fist. But with a hand, I've never seen nobody slapped to death. So I understand y'all perspective and what y'all saying. And as to them trying to inculcate other people and part of the family. But that is the ideology of the teaching that they got. So what you do, and the same thing they try to do, is what they try to do is they try to teach. So it's incumbent that if you have that conversation with them, impart information. Enlighten each one, teach one, right? Is that what they tell us, right? So I get what y'all coming from. So I think I got, that was pretty much the end of that, right? So I'm just going to give you what this brother did say. All right, I'm going to leave that. We're going to drop that again. That was more self-explanatory about the entirety of what took place. No need for me to go and elaborate no more. You got to see it. Again, with the media spread, okay, what originally had been put out there, the one part you didn't get was the interview with Nathan Phillips. And the reason why they didn't want that played again is because his interview did not go in the way they wanted it. They wanted him to actually co-sign to make the Hebrew Israelites be the culprit. He said that those high schoolers were he said the Israelites were the prey, and the high schoolers were what he called them, beast, right? He called them the beast, and they didn't like that, so that made them to be the aggressors, and that's not the point they want. So again, they went to go and chip at his credibility. They couldn't do it the story, so what they had to do is talk about, well, he said he was a veteran. He didn't say that. That was said about what he said, but then when he did his interview, he told you what it was about and what it was. But again, that's the whole deflective tactic, is to never take responsibility. Again, like Dracula, not being able to see oneself in the mirror. So they always have to be deflected because, again, the burden of your history, right? Your burden. And seeing the outcome of what you have inherited from the insurance policy of legacy that your ancestors have given you is not a pleasant thing for you. And so that now that the children of our ancestors' children, siblings, offspring are now, having platforms where our voice is being heard. Again, as the brother said in the video, we may not have money. We may not have all the material, but the one thing the Creator has given us, He gave us the sword in the mouth. And most people around us, when we start talking, get the running, because you cannot fight that. They can say what they want when it's unilateral, when it's only their perspective, and they block us out. But the minute we get to start talking, the minute we start to lay down, they got to run. So again, I understand what you're saying, but the brother did what he had to do, but with the best what he had. I come in and I put it on the platform so that you could be edified what took place. Now again, how you would deal with it in your situation might be different, but he dealt with the best way he had to, and everything now has been laid out. So again, I'm gonna move forward. I got a couple more, and then I'm trying to do the second show. You know what I noticed I'm doing a second show, and I'm not gonna do it, but I tried to though, right? So all right, so this happened again. We on that Washington tip. Some of y'all might have seen this, right? Now, again, on the same thing of what that brother talks about, what transpired, what happened on the Lincoln Memorial, listen what the brother said about the one who, again, when they wear the hat, when the mantra come from, listen what he says. Check this out.
On Martin Luther King Day, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries made controversial comments about President Trump.
We have a hater in the White House, the birther in chief, the grand wizard of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. One of the things that we've learned is that while Jim Crow may be dead, he's still got some nieces and nephews that are alive and well.
Joining us now is the House Democratic Caucus Chair, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries of New York, to talk about this and so much more. Congressman, thank you very much for being here this morning. Do you regret going that far in your comments on Monday?
Not at all. Let me say three things. First of all, our top priority has to continue to be to reopen the government in this reckless Trump shutdown, put Americans back to work, and then have a mature conversation about border security. Second, we as House Democrats are going to continue to focus on lowering health care costs, infrastructure, cleaning up corruption, and kitchen table pocketbook issues. Third, with respect to the comments of a few days ago, we've got to have an opportunity for at least one day a year to have a candid, if sometimes uncomfortable, conversation about race. Seems to me that we can't have that conversation on Valentine's Day. We can't have that conversation on St. Patrick's Day. It's perhaps appropriate for us to be able to have that difficult discussion on MLK Day when we're celebrating the life and legacy of a champion for racial and social justice.
Yes, but you called the president the grand wizard, meaning of the KKK. That's language of the KKK. You think the president of the United States is connected to the KKK? He's a Klansman?
Absolutely not. And as you know, Allison, I did not use the words racist in any of my comments. In fact, Wolf Blitzer in the past has asked me whether I believe the president is a racist, and I've consistently said no. I did use a colorful phrase, but of course I don't believe that the president is a card-carrying member of the KKK, but it did capture a troubling pattern of racially insensitive and outrageous at times behavior that spans not months, not years, but decades. In the 1970s, it was the Trump Organization sued by the Nixon Justice Department for racial discrimination against Black and Latino housing applicants. In the 1980s, it was Donald Trump that led the lynch mob that went after the Central Park Five Black and Latino teenagers who were wrongfully accused, wrongfully convicted, wrongfully imprisoned for a crime they did not commit.
Yeah.
For 5 years, it was Donald Trump that perpetrated the racist lie that Barack Obama was not born in the United States of America,
yes,
which was designed to delegitimize our nation's first Black president.
Yes.
We haven't even gotten into the behavior that took place in the aftermath of Charlottesville, or the S-hole comment countries about African nations, or the fact that he's hired Steve Bannon, Sebastian Gorka, Stephen Miller, and a parade of other individuals connected to xenophobia and the alt-right.
You make good points, and I think that after Charlottesville, it was you who said that the president was a racial arsonist, meaning, I assume, that he inflames racial tensions. And I think that all that is demonstrably true, as you've just pointed out. But, you know, the Grand Wizard, I mean, the reason that I ask you about it is because you call it colorful language, but, you know, isn't that inflaming the situation? Is that helpful, likening someone to the head of the KKK?
Well, I think, as I just pointed out, I do not believe that the president is a card-carrying member of the KKK, but he has presided over and engaged in directly a series of racially insensitive remarks. We cannot whitewash that. We cannot hide it. And on King Day, we should be able to have that candid discussion. Now, I also understand why Americans of goodwill on the left and on the right, Democrats and Republicans, progressives and conservatives, want to give this president or any president the benefit of the doubt. I do as well. And I also believe in the power of redemption, and hopefully we'll see better behavior moving forward as it relates to trying to bring this country together and not peddling xenophobia out of the Oval Office in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I think that's what would make America a stronger country.
Okay, on the note of bringing America together, let's talk about the strategy to ending the shutdown. As you know, it has been Democrats' position that you don't negotiate during the shutdown. That doesn't seem to be working as we are in day 33. What is the strategy today to end it?
Well, today we're going to be bringing to the floor a series of bills that have been negotiated on a bipartisan basis by Democrats and Republicans connected to conference committee discussions or conference level discussions between the House and the Senate that will reopen every other aspect of government that has been recklessly shut down, with the exception of the Department of Homeland Security, which we'll deal with tomorrow. However, in these bills that we're bringing to the House floor today, we have $1.5 billion in border security measures, $500 billion for immigration judges that Trump and his administration have said are necessary to process migrants and others at the border. $500 billion in additional infrastructure to help at legal ports of entry, as well as another $500 billion in humanitarian and other forms of assistance to the Central American Northern Triangle countries of Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras.
But no money for a barrier.
Places. Well, we're going to deal with the Homeland Security funding on Thursday. This is additional funding that we as Democrats are saying we support as part of the effort to increase border security. But the initial premise is that we have to reopen the government before we can have a mature and thoughtful and bipartisan conversation about border security. We can't be in the midst of a hostage crisis where you have 800,000 plus public employees being hurt, families being hurt, farmers being hurt, small businessmen being hurt, and others being hurt because of this reckless shutdown.
Everyone understands that logic. That makes sense that you wouldn't want to do it during the shutdown, but it's just not working. The president isn't budging. And so, you know, there's this letter that's a draft letter that has been circulated by centrist Democrats who believe that one way out of the impasse, since the president's not budging on the government shutdown, is to make a promise to the president that if he would open government today, that you all would agree to debate the border wall and border security funding by a date certain in early February, and that might be one way to break the impasse. Do you agree with that draft letter that we've seen?
Well, I actually haven't seen that draft letter, but I agree with the first part of the letter, which is reopen the government and then let's have a mature conversation about border security, a broken immigration system, comprehensive immigration reform, and debate it in a full and robust fashion. In fact, the continuing resolution that will go to the floor on Thursday will allow for just that. It will extend funding at last year's levels through, I believe, February 28th, reopen the government and allow for us to have a conversation. And Allison, I would also suggest that we have seen some movement. Finally, Mitch McConnell has decided to emerge from the witness protection program and at least put some pieces of legislation on the floor of the United States Senate.
I mean, understood, but those aren't expected to pass.
Well, I don't think that the president's proposal is going to pass, but I still think that there's opportunity for the Democratic-backed proposal that has some bipartisan support to perhaps get over the finish line. We'll have to see what occurs on Thursday.
But would you be willing to have a date certain to, by the end of the month, vote on something? That's what I think the letter is saying, that in order to break the impasse, you have to give the president something. Open government, and we will have a vote on this by the end of the month.
Well, I think that those are decisions that are made at a different level with the Speaker and the chairperson of the Rules Committee and the chairs of the relevant committees. I do think that we are suggesting a date certain, which is a continuing resolution, rather than just reopen the Department of Homeland Security through the end of the fiscal year, which would be September 30th. We're willing to say let's put in a date certain, February 28th, in the legislation that we're putting forward on Thursday, so we have an opportunity to negotiate. And if the president feels like he needs a deadline to threaten to shut down the government again, we believe that's a reckless approach, but we're willing to say we'll move forward so that within a tight time frame, we can have a window of opportunity to have a discussion.
Yeah, very quickly, Congressman, I'm out of time. Yes or no, is the State of the Union going to happen in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday night?
If the government is reopened, the State of the Union will happen.
All right, so that's a Democratic member of the United States House of Representatives, Hakeem Sekou Jeffrey, right? Representing New York's 8th Congressional District from Brooklyn and Queens, right? And what else I know about this brother here? I think not too much else. Other than that, okay. So let's look at some of the stuff he said. Okay, so kind of, I mean, he's born August 4th, 1970, right? So he almost trying to give you another Obama type, right? Obama like that, what, I think he's August 5th, something, 1960s. Right? Kind of Obama type, right? So anyway, so let's just look at what he said. He talked about, again, you know, making a reference to the Grand Wizard, right? And again, see, that's the thing here. See, don't call a duck, right? Call a duck something else, because otherwise they're offended. But again, when we on the other side of it, you give it, again, as they were talking about the, you know, psychological damage, again, that they're trying to protect, that they said that the young men were getting because of the stigmatization due to what the image that had been displayed. But again, as we as blacks in this land, we've been carrying that for generations and generations. So it's funny when we start talking about what's real and the facts to it, everybody wants to be not called a duck. Now, again, you don't know if somebody, again, let's put it this way. Historically, how many people of that organization, what they call the Klan's organization, have been presidents? At least 5 I know, right? In my history, right? About 5 I know. So it wouldn't be unusual to think that, again, that somebody could be that, even though you may not put on the uniform. But let's just say that the actions, right? They're saying, well, if one alludes to, let's say if you allude to it, they think that's inflammatory. But yet they're in agreement to it. They have pundits and shows that talk about the rhetoric and all the stuff that has come out of an individual mouth and things that have been done, and they will say the same thing, but they won't say that because they don't benefit from saying that. But again, this individual was talking to his people. I guess I would have to say he's I guess, right? It's a cool, I don't know, man. Might find out again, another Obama type. But again, he's talking to people in South Carolina, having that kind of conversation. And again, you know, our conversation is not going to be the same conversation that they're having, right? Black folks and white folks are different. As much as everybody tries, we different. We're going to have different kind of conversation. And we can talk about things different that, again, that through our experience, there's certain things that are just relatable across the board. You don't need to go no long dissertation of that. Now, he may not be that, but again, the analytical aspect of what he's saying, we relate to that. He may not be the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, but again, we're just saying that what he represents. And again, as he said, the minions that seem to be sprouting due to the fact of the, you know, the rhetoric that is spewed that we see on the daily, especially being here on this Black Minds TV or this Black Minds News. I display it on the daily of a lot of stuff that goes on, which would be, as he said, the nieces and nephew would be the seeds. So, of course, if you say that again, but you can't call the duck a duck, tone it down some. Hey, maybe it's not. Don't you think that what you do would be, when you be stoking up the, wait a minute. See, you doing everything, but as long as nobody don't say nothing, guess what? It's okay. But the minute we start addressing it and calling the duck, now it's like, well, it's not good if he's doing it, then you're doing it. It's not, wait, let me tell you something. If your fam wrong, right? Let's say if you 100, let's say you the type of you 100 in a situation with your people or family. You tell them straight up what it is. You pull a nigga by the coattail. Hey, nigga, you fucking up. Huh? You're a real true friend, right? So why would I go to them when I know you on some bullshit and I'm going to go to the other person and try to correct them? No, I need to come to your ass. You need to check him. See, we've been on the other side of shit. We're only going to call it for what it is. But you want to have, again, let's say you wanted your cake and ice cream and cherry on the top and all that. No, you can't have all that. You're going to have to start checking it. And again, sometimes the phrases just fit. Now, whether again, are they actual in the fact? Well, we can't, again, I don't think, even though Spike Lee is about to get some damn Oscar for the damn Klansman movie, but when you really do the reading of that, I'm like, what is that? What is that story about? Really? Huh? Because actually, from my understanding of it, you got the card, but I don't think you actually went there. I think you, but I ain't gonna get y'all there. But anyway, right? So if we look at if we talk about somebody's rhetoric, right? That's the same thing what they said the SPLC is saying about the Hebrew Israelites. You classify them as a terrorist group based on what? Are they terrorists? Are they killing people? Have they bombed people? What is it that they doing that makes them a terrorist? What's coming out of their mouths? Is that it? Is that it? You don't like what's coming out of their mouths. So, okay. Well, if that be the same case, then if this person's doing the same thing kind of rhetoric, then he also would be classified under the same thing. But again, sitting in the position in the seat of power means you could determine to have a whole lot of shit happen other than just the words that's coming out your mouth. The actions, again, that's what makes a racist. Having the power to make things happen, to determine a person who just spewing rhetoric or they say bigotry, that's just what it is. That's it. A racist can determine that you're not going to be able to live there. You're not going to be able to work there. You're not going to be able to build this. You understand? There's a difference. So when somebody is at that position of power and saying those kind of things, then I guess the only bridge that we can make to make sense, to understand that there's a full empowerment of other things that he's being said that could be done would allude to that. Now, you may not be in agreement to it, but that's just what it might be, right? So we look at the historical patterns, right, and the practices. The country founded on that. You haven't made anything to amend none of that. So again, you want us to soft soap when certain things are being said, and I get it. You know, you don't want somebody to defaming your character. But sometimes some people have, you know, okay, to put it this way, there's some people you might have known, right? You've known in life that they done did so much fuck shit in life that they don't got no credibility no matter how good they start doing. Because you say, man, too much, right? You got a lot for me to get back into that position of that. And that's what done happen here. The history has made you in a position that everything that you have done, even in the good, like I keep saying, even if, like the little white boy that went at the university and was talking about, oh, I love white people, and I does it, and white people are the greatest thing in man. Remember that when I did that video, right? Now again, from that perspective, things that he may say that white people have done, you could get that. But your other side of the scale is going to make that diminish because you got too much on the other side. So even your goodness will be outweighed by, again, say putting a feather, right? The way you want to balance with a feather, your heart, right? It's too heavy. The feather will fly off. Didn't he have a chance? So historically, you got too much. You got a lot to work it to try to get that off, and you have not done that. So again, when we see a duck walk like a duck, quack like a duck, it must be a duck. Now, whether it really is a duck, well, you appear to be one. And that's just the way it has to be. Now, again, you have the fragility of mind. So you're the one going to have the issue. But again, historically, it is what it is. You're talking about from the people who are in this land, who are the, let's say, we are the progenitors, descendants, and prosperity of what has transpired in this country. And we would know if there would anything be better. We would know that. And we haven't seen that. We're still waiting on it. But that's the way it goes, right? That's the name of the game, right? Anyway. Well, I didn't want this damn boy on for almost 4 hours, huh? Oh, damn, man. I didn't mean to do that. I had to lay it out, though, right? It's all good, though. I guess I'm going to, let me do this. I'm going to leave that alone. That is what it is. Well, let's do this, right? Let me do this, and then we're going to call it in. Right? You know how I do it. So, since we on that, yesterday I was supposed to come on, but I didn't. So, we're going to play this. It's going to end the show. Again, let me see who all up out here. Let me see. Let me get some. Let me get them come up on. Oh, man, I got a double digit in the house. I love seeing that. That's good. Glad y'all still here. Let me do this. You know, since I got. Let me see, because I should be getting a little more in here, right? Let me get one more piece PSA, and then get one more PSA in here, right? You know what that is, personal service announcement, right? All right, so let's do that, and then I'll play the last bit on here, and then we call it a day. Let's go. Here you go. Check this out. My food in there too.
There's an old man called the Mississippi. That's the old man I don't like to be. What does he care if the world's got troubles?
Throughout the month of April, the city of Philadelphia is marking the 120th birthday of internationally acclaimed singer, actor, and activist Paul Robeson. I'm at the home where Robeson spent the final years of his life to meet members of his family as well as the West Philadelphia community, attempting to revive and preserve his legacy and talk about its continued relevance, especially in an age of renewed political suppression. Inside of West Philadelphia High School, the local community gathered to watch a performance of Moments with Paul, starring Jason McKinney and Christopher A. Bagley.
I decided to write my own piece about it, tell his story, but also use the music to help with that. You know, so to tell the story of Paul's father running to, you know, escaping and claiming his own freedom, wade in the water. He had to cross the rivers, you know. Paul's mother died. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child.
When my mother, who was a school teacher and had grown completely blind, died in a kitchen accident when I was 6. Coal from the stove ignited her dress. I watched her burn. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child.
The musical recital tells the life story of Robeson. It's no wonder he is described by some as the epitome of a Renaissance man. Before he graced the international stage as a beloved actor and singer, Robeson was a lawyer and football star. He graduated valedictorian as a high schooler in New Jersey, earning the same position when he went on to study at Rutgers, becoming only the third Black American to attend the college. While at Rutgers, he won first-team All-American selection for his skills as defensive end on the football team and was accepted into both the Cap and Skull as well as Phi Beta Kappa honor societies. He would go on to secure a law degree from Columbia University in 1923, while playing in the National Football League. Despite his qualifications, the New York City law firm he joined upon graduation would never let him practice a case.
You see, all the secretaries in my department were quitting rather than take my dictation. Since I could be no service to courts, I decided that I would have no place at that firm whatsoever.
Racism would force Robeson to abandon his short-lived law career and resort to making a living off his other talents, acting and singing. Within just a few years, it was clear Robeson had found his true calling. As a Black actor, Robeson found the United Kingdom to be more welcoming than the United States. In London, he landed a major role in the musical Showboat and was even summoned to Buckingham Palace for a Royal Command performance. He'd eventually star as the title role in Shakespeare's Othello, performed in London's West End. In 1933, he starred in The Emperor Jones. He was the first Black American to appear on the silver screen in a starring role. 3 years later, Universal Pictures brought Showboat and Robeson's signature performance of Old Man River to the big screen.
Old Man River, that old man river, he must know something, but don't say nothing. He just keeps rolling, he keeps on rolling along.
By now, Robeson was an international superstar.
Traveling around, he was just a people's person. And I think that people responded to him in very positive ways. So the more he received that positivity, the more he expressed it to other people.
In 1934, Robeson with his wife, Eslanda, or Essie, traveled to the Soviet Union on the invitation of filmmaker Sergei Eisenstein. The trip would change his life.
The first time Eslanda and I went to Russia, we were met with a huge crowd of people from all over the Soviet Union. Different ethnicities, Uzbeks, Moldavians, Georgians, Ukrainians, all people from different cultures coming together as one nation to cheer me. I identified with the Russian people because many of them had toiled for centuries to become equal citizens in their own nation. I walked among them, and they gave me the title of People's Artist.
He did not experience the racism and the separatism that he did in this country.
You and me, we sweat and strain.
Robeson supported the U.S. alliance with the Soviet Union in the fight against fascism during World War II. But following Germany's defeat, Robeson continued to speak in favor of good relations with the Soviet Union. That position, along with his affiliation with civil rights organizations and the Communist Party, considered subversive in the age of the Cold War, led to his blacklisting. Robeson used his international stage to show solidarity with workers' movements all over the world. While on tour in Europe in 1949, he performed the tune March of the Volunteers in support of the Chinese Revolution and establishment of the People's Republic of China. His actions abroad enraged the political establishment at home, and they'd soon crack down. ABC News Australia reports, quote, after a speech Robeson made in 1949 at a Paris peace conference was misreported in the U.S. press, more than 80 concerts were canceled on him, and it became almost impossible to buy his records. He had reportedly said the Black people of America, a country built on slavery where blacks were discriminated against, would not fight in any war against the Soviet Union, a place he believed was without racism. Robeson never said those words in Paris, but there was a kernel of truth in the report, and when challenged before repeated inquiries, he refused to deny his friendship with the Soviet Union. That same year, he was denied a passport by the State Department unless he signed an affidavit swearing he was not a communist. He refused. Still barred from traveling abroad, Robeson was called to testify before the House Un-American Activities Committee for once again refusing to swear he was not a communist in 1956. Blacklisted at home, erased from television and radio, and unable to travel abroad for work, once America's greatest entertainer, Robeson was prevented from making a living during the McCarthy era. His passport was restored in 1958 when the Supreme Court ruled the right to travel was guaranteed to all Americans by the Fifth Amendment in Kent v. Dulles. He immediately set out on tour, first to London. In 1959, he packed Moscow's Lenin Stadium for a recital of American ballads and traditional Russian songs, including the Soviet national anthem.
We fought for the future, destroyed the invader, and brought to our homeland the laurels of fame.
Following the performance, Robeson and his wife visited Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev in Yalta. He would next pay a visit to Australia, becoming the first entertainer in history to perform at the Sydney Opera House during an impromptu concert held for the workers during its construction.
The Sydney Opera House, some 3 years before it's due to be completed. But there is a stir of unusual activity on this particular day because the famous American singer Paul Robeson has been invited to come and meet the men working on the job. Most of the workmen gathered around at lunchtime to see Mr. Robeson, who is at present in Australia on a concert tour.
What a boy, where are you hiding? If you don't come, I'm gonna tell your daddy.
While down under, Robeson denounced the government's treatment of indigenous people, using a media appearance in the country to decry colonialism.
I am an American, born there. My father slaved there. Upon the backs of my people was developed the primary wealth of America, the primary wealth. You have to have accumulated wealth to start, to build. You did it another way here in Australia. You had to build your accumulated wealth too. You just came and took it, you know what I mean? And that's what they did in most of the countries. That's what you Europeans did. You just took it. We got to catch up with you a little bit.
A lot of people did not like what Paul Robeson was saying because he didn't just speak out against the American government. He spoke out against colonialism. He spoke out against imperialism. He spoke out against oppressed people all over the world. So many heads of government were very keen to get him to be quiet because he was more popular than all of them put together.
With ease, Robeson had found his voice as an international activist and performer once again. But it was only a few months after his Australia tour that Robeson's family believes the U.S. government would try to silence him once again. This time, the damage would be irreversible.
The family believes that during a party, sometime in Moscow, which was very uncharacteristic of Paul to have a party like that, there were many, many uninvited guests. And it's believed that somebody slipped something into his drink. And the next morning, the hotel manager or somebody came in and saw that he was bleeding from his wrists. The family believes that it was something artificial that affected him. And Paul Robeson Jr. Has said that Paul confided in him that the walls were melting. He was seeing things from the past that he couldn't control, and it was depressing him horribly. And that seemed to have been in line with what the MK Ultra program, the effects of that would be.
MK Ultra was a mind control program run by the Central Intelligence Agency from 1957 until 1973, during which the agency experimented with psychotropic drugs, including LSD or acid. According to Time magazine, quote, the LSD experiments were purportedly carried out because the U.S. believed that communist Russia, North Korea, and China were using the drug to brainwash captured Americans. Consequently, the CIA didn't want to fall behind in developing and responding to this potentially useful technology. So, incredibly, it decided to slip acid secretly to Americans at the beach, in city bars, at restaurants. Agency chemist Sidney Gottlieb believed acid could be used by the CIA as a truth serum for brainwashing or for psychological torture. Journalist Alex Coburn reported in 1999 that, quote, Robeson's son, Paul Robeson Jr., has investigated his father's illness for more than 30 years. He believes that his father was slipped a synthetic hallucinogen called BZ by U.S. intelligence operatives at a party in Moscow. He adds, quote, Robeson left Moscow for London, where he was admitted to Priory Hospital. There he was turned over to psychiatrists who forced him to endure 54 electroshock treatments. At the time, electroshock in combination with psychoactive drugs was a favored technique of CIA behavior modification. It turned out that the doctors treating Robeson in London and later in New York were CIA contractors.
He did have to spend time in an asylum, and he had to go through electroshock treatments, and that therapy destroyed him.
They gave him hallucinogenic drugs. They gave him electric treatments and all. And yet he still stood firm in terms of both his beliefs and what he felt that was right for his position at the time.
Do you believe he was targeted as part of the MK-Ultra program?
I think he was targeted. And yet, as I say, he was able to come through it.
Robeson survived, but his health quickly deteriorated. In 1963, he returned to the United States, where he avoided public light. In 1965, he moved in with his sister and would spend the rest of his life in seclusion in West Philadelphia. His sister's home stands as a museum dedicated to him to this day.
Here is a man who obviously had his own opinions and all about what was happening here in the United States. But also, here's a man who had great presence, was willing to speak out when other people were silent. And so he was very threatening to people in that regard. I don't think they expected him to be willing to risk it all for, his stance.
Paul Robeson died in Philadelphia in 1976. In the decades since, his name has been lost in the pages of mainstream history books.
He should be above the level of Martin Luther King because he's the quintessential father of the civil rights movement. It was people like Martin Luther King who came to him. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that in America, he was shut down. They tried to do everything they could to stop him from speaking out. And so in America, many people don't know about him because of that ability on the part of the government to shut him down. But this is why we're here, because we are destined to make sure that our young people, especially in this day and age, recognize what this man has meant to the world.
To his fans, Robeson will forever be remembered as one of the most talented Americans who ever lived. And in an age of renewed anti-Russia fervor, Robeson stands tall as a tragic example of how far the U.S. government will go to silence those who choose peace and international solidarity over Cold War hysteria.
But I keeps laughing instead of crying. I must keep fighting until I'm dying. And old man River, he'll just keep rolling along.
Portions of the following program may be unsuitable for younger or more sensitive viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Remember, the enemy has only images and illusions, behind which he hides his true motives. Destroy the image, and you will break the enemy.
I'm here to tell you tonight that the businessmen, the mayor of this city, the police commissioner of this city, and everybody in the white power structure of this city must take a responsibility for everything.
Luther and I, and everyone in this arena tonight, are unified by the same great American values. We're proud of our country. We respect our flag. Wouldn't you love to see one of these NFL owners, when somebody disrespects our flag, to say, get that son of off the field right now, out, he's fired. He's fired!
Race is when you use your power and influence to subject people into inferiority. Utterances can't be racist.
Look around you, man. They own this shit. They own this couch you sitting on, them shoes you got on your feet, this building, this school, this country, you. We're behind enemy lines, dog.
So you must first of all remember that this system was not originally designed with black people. And it definitely was not prepared for black people to in the end begin to demand their rights and an equal share in this country which they died for. Hey, and we definitely are not going back to Africa.
In the church, we used to sing the song, "Good news, the chariot is coming." While you sit here today, knowing that you have come to hear good news, you must realize in advance what good news for you might be bad news for somebody else. What good news for the sheep might be bad news to the world.
They say, oh, things are getting so much better for you. In 1849, it was hitting blacks on the head 100 times a day. In 1990, they hit them 48 times a day. Isn't it better? Oh, it's got to be better. You're saying 52 blows.
The only purpose of most black Americans on earth today is to destroy.
I think that's noble. Italians love Italians. When Irish love Irish. But when a nigga loves a nigga, it's an unpardonable sin. They have blood in their hands. When we say they have blood in their hands, we are not saying him, George Bezos, went and killed. But white people colonized us. They dispersed us. They enslaved our people. They sucked our economy dry. They are still sucking it dry even today. That's white people. Tony Blair, George Bush, Napoleon Bonaparte, Leopold, Adolf Hitler, Benjamin Netanyahu, all white people, they are the same. They are racist and they are full of hate.
I've been waiting for you. You have many questions, and though the process has altered your consciousness, you remain irrevocably human. Ergo, some of my answers you will understand, and some of them you will not. Concordantly, while your first question may be the most pertinent, you may or may not realize it is also the most irrelevant.
Why am I here?
Our world is coming crumbling down. The coons are coming.
You have to understand that white America has an uncanny way of making the victim the victimizer. Excuse me, master, for putting my head in the way of your club. Not that your club is brutalizing my head and putting hickeys on it. My head got in the way of your free swing and broke your shiny stick, and I want to apologize for that.
Your life is the sum of a remainder of an unbalanced equation inherent to the programming of the Matrix. You are the eventuality of an anomaly which, despite my sincerest efforts, I have been unable to eliminate from what is otherwise a harmony of mathematical precision. While it remains a burden assiduously avoided, it is not unexpected and thus not beyond a measure of control, which has led you inexorably here.
There are more connections in the human body than there are stars in the galaxy. We possess a gigantic network of information to which we have almost no access.
Matrix is older than you know. I prefer counting from the emergence of one integral anomaly to the emergence of the next, in which case this is the 6th version.
5 months before. There are only 2 possible explanations. 5 months before. Either no one told me, or no one knows.
Precisely. As you are undoubtedly gathering, the anomaly is systemic, creating fluctuations in even the most simplistic equations.
Control me! I'm gonna smash you to fucking You can't make me do anything like this. Choice. The problem is choice.
Let us remember that we are not brutalized because we're Baptists. We're not brutalized because we're Methodists. We're not brutalized because we're Muslims. We're not brutalized because we're Catholics. We're brutalized because we are black people in America.
Because white people made him to be what he is. They made him to look evil, because that's their role, to make all of us black people to look evil and to hate ourselves. I can't hate.
You're a nigga till you die. If you're a poor nigga, you're a poor nigga. If you're a rich nigga, you're a rich nigga. But you never stop being a nigga. And if you get to be educated, you're just an educated nigga.
I'm told every day I'm on air that I'm racist because I call out racism. That is maddening to me, and I'm crying about it because it's crazy.
So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is teaching you and I and trying to tell the white man to get this powder keg out of his house. Let the black man separate from his house. Let the black man have his own house. Let the black man have his own land and his own property.
I thought the bitch was white! Damn it! I thought the bitch was white!
That's true.
I think that white people are so guilty, knowing what they've done to black people, that they feel if the deeds were reversed, they would hate the black man if he had done the same thing to them. So it's actually, it reflects a guilt complex on the part of whites when they ask us, do we hate them? And if you notice, Uncle Sam has formed a habit of going all over the world. He calls it the ugly American, or the American image. He thinks that everybody, because it's a guilt complex. And if you think that if you are worried about Europeans hating you, and they're your allies and your cousins, well, naturally it would follow for you to think that Negroes in this country would hate you, especially in light of what has been done to black people in this country by white people.
Now, check it out. The white ball dominates everything, right? Knocks the shit out the yellow ball, the red ball, right? And the game's over when the white ball drives the black ball completely off the table.
But you have to see that all of this is hypocrisy.
I love Malcolm. Malcolm called me the Sunday that he died. I was working Basin Street East. He said, Brother Greg, you coming by today? And I said, Malcolm, I love you. And I said, I love you so much, I don't even want to take a chance to be there. He said, what do you mean, Brother Greg? I said, well, I close tonight, Sunday night at Basin Street East. And I said, but I had my wife book me a flight into Chicago at 8 o'clock this morning. And I'm going to Chicago, and I had way beneath my salary booked me into a college about 10 miles from the airport. And I'm going to go there and speak this afternoon, and I'm going to stay there until they tell me you did. Because I'm not going to let this government get 2 of us for the price of 1. And I'm going to call Adam Clayton Powell when I finish talking to you and beg him not to come there. Because today, the United States government is going to get you.